Good evening and welcome to the call board meeting. Time now is 5:05 p.m. We have a quorum and the meeting has been duly posted. This is a meeting of the Dallas Independent School District Board of Trustees. Please stand and join us for a moment of silence and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and a salute to the Texas flag.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. On the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
These present starting on your left and my right are Trustee Joyce Foreman, Dr. Lou Blackburn, Trustee Nancy Bingham, Trustee Bernadette Nuttall, and Trustee Mike Morath. Our Superintendent of Schools, Mike Miles, joins us, and I'm Miguel Solis, Board President. Do we need a translator? I don't believe we need one. On our agenda, it was posted to go to closed session. However, trustees, just want to let you know, Superintendent Miles has an appointment to go to, a meeting to go to. He has to leave here at 5:45. And seeing as we're going to be discussing the evaluation instrument, I think it's wise to start the conversation about the evaluation instrument, and then we'll move to closed session directly after he leaves, discuss other business. Okay, so now at this point, trustees, we are on to taking action on agenda item 4, consider and take possible action to approve the 2014-2015 Superintendent Performance Appraisal Instrument. Trustees, do I have a motion?
Move for approval.
It's moved by Dr. Blackburn. Do I have a second? Seconded by Trustee Bingham. Dr. Blackburn, do you want to begin the conversation?
Yeah, let me just say that we, trustees, we pretty much, well, let me say what I did. I had initially looked at some of the past document that we have from the current evaluation process and made some changes that I was working on my own. And later on I found out that Mike Morath, Trustee Morath, was working on similar things. So he and I talked together and combined what the two of us were doing independently and came up with what you see in front of you. Just know that, and initially, Trustee Morath had just given me a clean version of what he had talked about, and I had my red line version, if we want to call it that. So what I did was took my red line version, included what Trustee Morath had changes he had made, and we sent that in, and we found out that there were still some minor changes that we need to make, but I think we can proceed with what we have and make some changes based upon that. But if you look at the first document that you see in front of you, it's labeled 2014-15 Superintendent Performance Evaluation Instrument Process.
Just 1 second. Because we're now on to particular changes to the document, I think what we need to do in order to begin that conversation is move to amend the document as proposed by Trustee Blackburn. Am I right from a parliamentary standpoint?
You could, but we already have a motion on the table to adopt this, so I think if you're not going to actually move to amend it at this point, but trying to explain what it is,
just going through the explanation
then we
right
can
now.
do that informally, as we had discussed before, and then when we get ready to actually take action, we need to do it.
Pretty much what I just want to talk about is the changes that we had done. You'll see on page 1 of 6, just starting off with, we changed the year. The third paragraph we put in of trustees to say Board of Trustees. I kind of did that throughout. And the last paragraph under where it says function of the management performance evaluation, you see where we used to change a few words out from very subjective to somewhat subjective. Perceptions replaced with judgment. And we're talking about the data supplied by the superintendent in support of the guiding language in the rubric. And you see, instead of timeline for superintendent evaluation process, we changed the steps of the superintendent evaluation process. Then if you go on and look at the steps, 1, we left the November 1st date for setting the goals and action and so forth. Mid-year evaluation, we extended it about another month to the end of March instead of at the beginning of March. The end of the year superintendent self-evaluation moved it from August 15th to August the 1st. And that's where the superintendent will provide us his self-assessment on Part A and Part B as much as possible. And then by September 1st, with the performance review, that's when the board will schedule time to talk to the superintendent about his self-assessment. Not to actually do the evaluation itself, but by September 1st, actually have a conversation with the superintendent about the documentation that he has provided. And then by September 30th is where we actually have all the data put together from Part A and Part B. And what I'm suggesting is that rather than having us all come to the meeting together and then wait an hour or two for somebody to tabulate everything, is that we send it in prior to that meeting, our individual scores, prior to the meeting to the attorney or to whomever we decide is going to do the tabulation. And then when we come to the meeting itself, we have the compiled evaluation document that everyone has had a chance to look at, and then we actually talk about it that night with the superintendent. Then you're going over to page 4 of 6. You may notice that with the principal evaluations, I believe it is, and maybe with, I know it's with the principal, we use terms, or the superintendent's using terms such as progressing and exemplary 1 and exemplary 2, or something along that lines. So we try to change the language to mirror what the administrators are already using, to kind of put it in somewhat of a context. You see on the exemplary 2, which is taking the place of commendable, we added the language, narrow the gap, state average, even though the average poverty in the state is far below what it is in Dallas ISD, as an example. And then exemplary gains that should put us in on pace to reach state average performance. And then same language for proficient, and we just changed needs improvement language to progressing. Then if we go over to page 5 of 6, we use some of the same terminology, exemplary versus commendable, well, exemplary 2 and exemplary 1 taking the place of exceeds, and progressing taking the place of needs improvement. And we still do it at the Board of Trustees. And then we go to page 6 of 6. You see some additional language. And now I put this in here 3 times so that we won't have any misunderstandings about it. Now, it may be overkill for right now. We may need to take it out of 2 of them. But basically, we're saying that Part 3 will be scored based upon the actual performance data, which shall be supplied by the superintendent. And I think earlier in here, I'm not sure if I passed over it, but the data from Part 3 of the performance portion of the evaluation, that Part 3 data will be verified by the Chief Internal Auditor. And that's it as far as the process. And I'm open for questions or some possible changes.
Hey, Trustee Foreman.
Concerns. And I've addressed this with Trustee Blackburn. I'm disappointed that we are starting with a document that has been crafted by, which I thought was 1 trustee, now I know that's 2 trustees, without the opportunity for all trustees to actually weigh in or be able to submit that document. I never got from you, President Solis, that you were looking for us to send information in regards to this. So it is very concerning to me that only 2 trustees had that opportunity. Because if I had been asked, I would have weighed in earlier too, but I wasn't. And as a trustee, that's part of what's wrong with this board, is everybody don't get the same opportunities. and that's not right. Now, the first thing I noticed is that we moved up to 2 categories of exemplary. Now, we're talking about raising the bar for the principals, raising the bar for the teachers, and we seem to be lowering the bar for the superintendent. That's not right. It's absolutely not right. Now, I have some other things I want to say about it, but we should have started from a clean document, period, with everybody's opportunity to weigh in. And I'm just very concerned about those actions.
Let me no one asked me to start working on it. After the evaluation was completed, is when I just took it upon myself to start making some changes, partially based on what I'd heard. I'm just making the assumption that Trustee Morath probably did the same thing. I don't know if anybody asked him or not, but no one asked me to make any changes. I just took it upon myself to start working on the document that we ended with, knowing that we were going to come to this point. But that's just for the record.
And I also want to make sure very clearly for the record that every trustee was presented an opportunity nearly, I have to go back and pull the email 3 weeks ago, to present any ideas, any changes to the evaluation document directly to Kay and Faye. Do you know when the actual email was sent, Kay? But we do have it on record. Okay, thank you very much. Trustee Morath?
I was just going to propose a couple of very minor amendments to this.
So, so to discuss Dr. Blackburn's, I'm trying to understand, what are we doing?
We're still discussing Dr. Blackburn's, but just want to make sure, if you do have an amendment, I mean, you can make a motion to amend at any point in the conversation.
That would be my purpose.
So what is your motion to amend?
So, on page 2, the second bullet point under item number 5, superintendent performance rating. The second sentence, I think, contradicts the sentence immediately prior to that, so I would just strike that second sentence. It says, the Board of Trustees shall meet to prepare a composite evaluation document including comments from individual board members in Part B.
Yeah.
And I have a couple of other things, actually one other thing really, which is, I'll bundle this all as one amendment. On page 4, under the subtitle of exemplary 2, it has in quotes the word commendable, and I think that needs to be exemplary 2. So that's just a word substitution to match the nomenclature change that we have. This is on page 4. The bullet points on page 4. The bullet point under exemplary 2. In the parentheses, it says, note, if the commendable rating is used, and that just refers to the old naming convention that we had before. And so to be consistent with all of the other naming convention changes, it needs to be exemplary 2.
It's page 5.
It says page 4 of 5 on the document on SIRE that I'm looking at.
Oh,
The one I've got printed out, it doesn't say that. It's
I'm not looking at the red line document. I'm looking at the actual.
okay.
I'm sorry.
We're all looking at the red line
Okay.
document.
we all look at the same document.
Right.
Yeah, so well, I think that document is actually in front of you. It's just not the red line document.
Clarification, what are we looking? We have several documents. We received some in email.
This is the document that I'm working on. This is what we would be adopting.
Right. But I need
But
This document right here. This is what we are all looking at.
There are multiple
Document
documents. You have the process document, you have the evaluation
Trustee
instrument.
Jones.
Got it. I'm
Can we give specificity
Trustee
to the
Jones, we're-
specific document that is
Trustee
being
Jones,
referred
We are
to?
working on that. You are out of order. Please allow Trustee Morath the floor.
I'm working on the process document because that's the item on the agenda that we're on.
and which document is that?
There's a red line version and there's the actual. So I'm just working from the actual version.
You're working.
Should be not the AMD and the red line.
So on page 4 of the document that we're, the motion on the floor is for us to adopt. On Page 4, it says exemplary 2 in a
It's
bullet,
not this one, not this one.
and it erroneously
think I
references
have
the
that.
word commendable, and it should instead reference the word exemplary 2. So that is the extent of my motion. If anyone would be willing to second
I'll
it.
second it.
Okay, I just found the document. It's a several.
On page 5 of the, and
5 of 5.
see right here.
I can highlight
Too, so it matches up.
I think I'm in.
Okay,
5 of 6,
can we,
you just take,
She said 5 of 5.
can, 5 of 6, can, you understand, I guess to understand why are we going to exemplary 1 and 2, because I agree with trustee Foreman that because when I look at the point system, we changed the point and the dollar amount, so why are we going to this process?
Okay, so just to make sure that we're in order at the moment, there's a motion to amend on the floor presented by trustee Morath, seconded by trustee Bingham. The motion to amend, trustee Morath, is to amend the language where it says exemplary 2. Note, if the commendable rating is used, the evaluator must comment about why it was used. You're saying it says if the exemplary 2 rating is used, the evaluator must comment about why it was used. That's the motion on the floor at the
That's the
moment.
second part of the motion. And the first part of the motion was to strike that sentence on page 2. There'll be just 2 clerical changes.
So Sonia and Ben, you're tracking those changes as we're speaking. Okay, thank you very much. So trustee Nuttall, question.
Can you explain why we're going from commendable to exemplary 2, exemplary 1? And I noticed when we go from that, we are changing the dollar amount. So I'm just trying to understand the thinking behind changing the
Dr. Blackburn or trustee Morath, can you answer that?
Blackburn.
Well, the ratings is actually more in line with what the principal's ratings are. I don't think they have 2 exemplary levels, but they do have the unsatisfactory, then progressing, and then proficient, and then exemplary. And someone can probably look it up and see if there's a level 2. But as far as the points, if you look at the current version of the process, the point values did not change. We just changed the title of the category. Instead of commendable, it's exemplary 2, and instead of exceeds, it's exemplary 1, and instead of needs improvement, it's progressing.
Oh, that's on, I'm sorry, that's on A, that the dollar amount changed
Okay.
on A. I'm looking at A.
We just put on the process right now.
So what is the principals, Superintendent Miles, can you tell us what's the levels for the principals? Refresh my memory, please.
Yes, for the principals, it's, the highest is exemplary, then proficient 3, proficient 2, proficient 1, and then progressing 3, progressing 2, progressing 1, and then unsat.
So-
It's the teachers that have exemplary 1 and 2, and then masters. So masters, exemplary 2, exemplary 1.
So the principals just have exemplary 1.
Yeah, just 1, yes, exactly, 1 exemplary.
So can we put, is there need to do a second motion to put it in line with the principals? So we can be all on one page?
You can definitely make that motion, it'll need a second. So can you state what the motion is, though?
I move that that was my question. Let me hear the thoughts from the rest of the trustees. Dr.
You can make a motion to amend on top of that.
Let me hear the thoughts from the rest of them, but my thought is that we should align the superintendent's evaluation and the alignment of the teachers and the principals, so we're all held accountable for we're on the same page.
Trustees, is there any other questions on Mr. Morath's motion? Okay. Trustee Nuttall, did you want to make your motion
Are
to
we
amend?
voting on, are we going to hear the thoughts, discussion
Well,
from any
Any
other?
questions?
Do you have any other thoughts?
What are we talking about? Are we talking the entire rubric or
No, we're talking about
point of
the motion.
information?
Yes, ma'am.
On the motion, it is what it is.
Okay. So,
I'm talking about the process, that we should align the,
right, I got you, but so nobody has any questions on Mr. Morath's particular amendment, but did you mentioned that you don't want to make an amendment to that?
well, I'm clear, Dr. Blackburn said it was aligned with the principals.
Somewhat.
Somewhat.
Yeah.
So is there a reason why it's not aligned with the principle altogether?
Striking out this sentence because it contradicts the sentence before it.
Have 8 categories.
I think we have exemplary 1, exemplary 2, but the principles only have 1 exemplary, correct?
Yeah, and I'm good with exemplary 1 being exceeds and exemplary 2 just being exemplary. But the point spread, I personally don't care to have 7 or 8 different bands.
So can we leave it exceeds and then exemplary 1? Because I don't understand what exemplary 1 and exemplary 2 looks like in outcomes. So I'm just trying to understand when you say exemplary 1, exemplary 2, what does that look like?
I'm okay with exemplary and then exceeds,
So,
if that's what you are proposing.
But that no longer aligns with the principal evaluation.
I understand.
this is not aligning with the principles evaluation altogether. They have 8, but exemplary 1 and exemplary 2, I'm trying to understand what does that look like when you're exemplary 1 and you're exemplary 2 versus exceeds and maybe exemplary. What does exemplary 2 looks like?
It looks like it's defined on the page.
If-
4.
Are we gonna, hold on a minute. Are we gonna go ahead and get trustee Morat's motion out of the way and then move to trustee Nuttall's motion?
We can. I just want to make sure Trustee Nuttall
It
has.
gets too confusing.
Okay.
Yes, too.
Well, no one's yet to explain what it, I'm just trying to understand how they look.
Let them get theirs out of the way and then you go.
Trustee Morath, you have a motion on the floor to amend, to change the language. I want to make sure all trustees know what they're voting on because Trustee Ms. K just walked in. So please read the motion to amend to us as it pertains to the particular text so that we all know and we're informed before we vote. Yes, ma'am.
Page 206, and that's the document that the board is looking at. Section 5, the second paragraph that starts prior to the meeting. If you go down to the second to the last sentence, the Board of Trustees shall then meet to combine and tabulate the overall Part A and B scores and prepare a composition evaluation document, including comments from individual board members in Part B. That entire sentence should be deleted.
Our sentence should be deleted.
Yes. On page 5 of 6, where it starts, the superintendent performance shall be noted as follows. Exemplary 2, the last sentence where it say note, if commendable, that will be changed to exemplary 2. So I read, note, if the exemplary 2 rating is used, the evaluator must comment about why it was used. Those are the 2 changes proposed by trustee Moran.
And just for clarification, this is the language that Dr. Blackburn and Mr. Morath submitted for us, right? Okay.
Okay, trustees, all those in favor of the motion as amended, raise your hand. All those opposed?
The motion passes 7 voting yes and 2 abstaining.
Trustees, we are now back to the main motion. Okay, Trustee Morath?
I was just going to try to speak to Trustee Nuttall's question. So we have teachers, principals, executive directors, assistant supes that are subject to a rating system. The nomenclature of the rating system uses largely the same terminology, but not entirely the same terminology. So for example, on teachers, we have this concept of a novice teacher. I don't believe we have with principals or EDs. And so the word novice exists for teachers, but doesn't exist in the other layers. Also for teachers, we have the word master. For those, for teachers that don't exist in the other 2 layers in the organization. The differentiation points, you have progressing that has multiple differentiation points, 1 and 2, I think, or 1, 2, and 3 for teachers, and possibly, 1 and 2 for principals? Or
It's 1, 2, and 3.
1, 2, and 3 in both cases, and then you have exemplary 1 and 2 for teachers, as well as master for teachers. You only have 1 exemplary for principals and EDs. You have multiple coefficients for all of them. The purpose here was, and we can call them anything. We could have left the words unchanged, but it struck me that we should try to have a evaluation instrument that has some degree of alignment in terminology, since all of our teachers are going to be using one set of terms, all of our principals are going to be using the same set of terms, all of our EDs are going to be using the same set of terms, and our assistant soups are going to be using the same set of terms. So my recommendation was simply to align the terms. I had originally had the word master, so we had one exemplary, and then we had master for exemplary 2, but neither Dr. Blackburn nor I liked the sound of master, so we just changed it back to exemplary 2 to be consistent with the highest nomenclature rating that we had before. We can call it, watermelon, butterfly, commendable, outstanding. You can call these things anything you want. I just thought it would be important for us to try to speak with the same actual terms throughout the organization. But I really don't care what you do. So if you want to make amendments, have at it.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Morath. We're on the main motion.
Speak to
Trustee Foreman.
that real quickly. Words mean everything. They mean everything. And I believe having 2 categories of exemplary doesn't fit my purpose of being here. I want the superintendent to be at the top. But what I don't want to do is have a position where he is exemplary when he's at exemplary 1. Why can't we, what did you say, Dr. Blackburn, you were satisfied with?
Exceeds.
Exceeds and exempt. I'm satisfied with that. I do not want 2 categories of exemplary. And I might call it watermelon.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Foreman. Trustees, any other questions on the main motion? Trustee Jones.
I'm going to echo what Trustee Foreman said, but I'm going to come at it a different way. The board is supposed to go through some sort of deliberative process in terms of reviewing its evaluation instrument and doing so as a collective body in front of the public, and as we've done in prior years, as a function of the workshop, having the opportunity to bring all the data, all the resources, all of the pieces that need to be evaluated into the process of shaping these documents. That was never done. And the idea of telling a bunch of trustees to sort of submit their ideas over the transom without a sense for any way for us to collaboratively do that is equally as egregious. And for us to be in the 11th hour trying to do this process, especially when we never did AE and other steps that inform this process, I have a really hard time with and think that this board is not doing its job. And I've laid it out in a longer text to be put out there for God and country to see, because this is disturbing. The evaluation of the superintendent is one of the most important responsibilities of the Board of Trustees. That is the opening statement of the general information of this document, and it is something that this body should take seriously and spend the time and the effort to making sure it gets it right. With that said, with respect to a number of items in here that have been changed, the process itself, if we go back, this board did not follow. And this board also doesn't understand the intent of the process, which in and of itself has steps that it didn't carry out over this last period. And I'm going to call your attention to a couple of things. First, let's see, the performance review and the performance rating. Those things have to be done a certain way according to the TEA, and I've raised those issues already with our attorneys about whether this actually follows the consistency of the responsibility of the board, not just to do tabulation, but also to take that information and do the formative assessment, which is not currently reflected in this process, and actually has been somewhat omitted by the process. That's the first thing. The second thing is that if we're going to do a Part A that's scored upon actual achievement data, and we're going to use that to define the overall evaluation scores, and that's going to represent a large portion, then it is incumbent that that part also be verified by some independent body. As you know, we had some questions and concerns related to data that was supplied that hadn't been either finalized or was under a particular review or investigation. So I believe that if we're going to put it all in the data sense, that's got to be independent and verified, external to the traditional resources, and if that's the chief of internal audit or that's some external entity, that's done with fidelity. So on item number 3, under how to score the rubric, it should there be added, part 3 is scored based on performance data which was supplied by the superintendent and verified by the CIA. And I would also go back up and the chief of internal audit. It could be the CIA too. Have at it. Hey, they're a good verifiable source, right?
What page is that on?
I believe that is on, sorry, I'm going to jump around. And this is actually the problem. There's a lot of things this board should be talking about in the entirety of this document, and trying to sort of do all of this right now and make all the various tweaks and adjustments and things that need to be included is a very, very ineffective process. So that would be on page 6 of 6, item number 3, after the last sentence that's redlined and verified by the chief of internal audit. And I believe that under part A, there is no reference here to the independent verification, and some line should be added about that.
Would you like to make a motion to amend?
Yeah, I'd take a motion to amend to make sure that Part A is independently verified and that language be reflected as well, and that on Part B, where we have item number 3, that the words after Part 3 is scored.
Point of information, I'm not following the amendment.
For Part A, there's no description here about
I got that.
independent verification. Something should be added that speaks to that. And then on Part B, there is language that says that they will meet to combine the individual results, and they'll be combined as prescribed in Part B, blah, blah, blah. Part 3 is scored based on the actual performance data to be supplied by the superintendent and verified by the CIA. And then there should be something on Part B in general, which covers all of it, and I'm not sure where you would insert that, that also speaks to independent verification.
What page are you on?
She was on, well, one of the portions is Part B, page 6 of 6. She wants at the end, and verified by the chief internal auditor. So that's what we have on hand right now, but
Well, that's one of them. There's 3 places where that amendment would have to go.
Are we on the process page?
Yeah, I'm on the process. Part of the process should be an independent way to assess your data, and also the ability for the board to draw on other sources of data, not just what may be supplied to us by the superintendent.
okay, so you have a specific on Part B, but you believe that there should be
Well, on Part A, it should also be clear that that's part of the process. On Part B, there's 2 places where you could add the language particularly. One is on item number 3, and then also, I believe, on item number 1 as well, as I'm looking.
So you want the words "and verified by the chief internal auditor" after number 1? And
Number 1, number 3, and then somewhere inserted under overall A, which would be somewhere around page 6, or sorry, page 4, forgive me.
4? And you would like that?
It would probably be the language where it says, Part A is scored based on actual achievement data as verified
Okay.
by the CIA.
Okay, so Sonia and Ben, on page 4 of 6, it says Part A is scored based upon actual achievement data as verified by the chief internal auditor is the first portion of her motion to amend.
As independent, actually, I'd like to add the words as independently verified.
I'm just trying to see on page 4 or 6 of the process.
Yes, are you going from the red line document?
Look at the red.
On the red
Okay,
line,
so
yes,
on the red line, so where it says Part A, it's the second from the bottom.
At the bottom.
Is scored based on the actual achievement data as independently verified by the chief of internal audit.
that's the first portion.
And then, once again, on Part B, I think on item number 1 and 3, you could add the same language.
That would be on page 6 of 6 of the red line document.
Correct, thank you.
Absolutely. So that we have a motion to amend. The motion to amend says on Part A, page 4 of 6, at the end, as independently, Part A is scored based upon actual achievement data as independently verified. by the Chief Internal Auditor. And then on page 6 of 6, at the end of number 1, and verified by the Chief Internal Auditor.
Independently verified by...
Independently verified by
Just
the
keep
Chief
the
Internal
language
Auditor.
consistent.
And number 3, as independently and independently verified by the Chief Internal Auditor. We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Second. Okay, there's a second. Trustee Mishke, second. And all those in favor? Is there any discussion? Discussion, yes, sir.
I generally support the idea of independent verification, but I'm wondering what that is going to do to the timeline of the overall evaluation itself. How long do we expect the verification to take? Are we going to have to now go back and change our dates? When do we actually, do we give it 3 months, 6 months, 3 days? Somebody can answer that for me. That would help my decision.
Okay. Trustee Cowan?
If I might. I think the challenge, of course, is always when is the data available and when do we start to have it, or when is it brought to us for us to be able to evaluate? So somewhere between the time that the data itself becomes available, especially on Part A, which I believe is pretty straight up, because that should be consistent with our timeline anyway, right? Because you got to have that data to be able to do Part A. So it strikes me that when that data is available, you also have an independent entity doing their own verification, and the sources should be the same. I mean, your standards of what you're looking at should be consistent. And that should be fully transparent.
Didn't necessarily answer my question because I understand maybe Part A, but what about Part B?
Well, it should be consistent with the time frame that we get data.
For instance, I wish I had the old one with me, but there was one.
It's online.
Is it?
It's here.
It's here.
It's just at the back of the pack.
Gotcha. Thank you. All right, for instance. What was the one we had problems with this year? 17, maybe? Yeah, it's okay. We can just go with the one that's redlined. So anyway, volunteer programs, for instance, how long? If we don't trust the information that the superintendent's going to give us, how long is that going to take to be verified by an independent auditor? That's specifically more of an example that I'm still looking for a good answer for.
Thank you, Trustee Cowan. Dr. Blackburn?
My understanding is that the Chief Internal Auditor would be in charge of reviewing that data that's supplied by the superintendent.
Wrong 17.
So he's basically taking a look at the data that the superintendent provides and says, yes, this is factual, this is actual data that we can rely on. Just like with Part A, we're relying on the research and development. Basically, we're relying on Cecilia Oakley. Just like in this case, we would be relying on Mike Singleton. That's the way I'm seeing it. I'm not sure that would take an awful lot more time, but he could answer that.
That's my question.
Yeah, I wanted to echo Dr. Blackburn's view of this. If it is our intention for these numbers to be verified in detail, you're talking about extraordinarily detailed audits, meaning, for example, the graduation rate numbers. If a way to audit that could involve multiple staff members working, many staff days, pulling records and interviewing folks. What my view of this is not that. My view of this is that we simply have an independent third party look at the raw data that went in to feed the outcomes reports and just verify that our internal data systems are in fact reporting these numbers. That I would think is an hour or two at most per item. In fact, probably less than that per item. Assuming that that's the scope of the internal verification, that I think can be accomplished pretty effectively. If the scope is bigger than that, I would have large concerns over a number of these things. For example, the Exhibit A stuff on graduation rate isn't even available until the very last week of, actually the first week of September, because that's when we have the summer school graduation rate data, and there's some corrections that come back from TEA due to PEIMS, the normal PEIMS transaction issues. So as long as it's our expectation that the chief of our internal audit is simply reviewing our data systems to ensure that the data systems are in fact providing the information that we're getting, then I think we've got a pretty easy process.
Okay. Before we jump to you, Trustee Jones, I want to make sure everybody has it on the first round.
Are we
Any
voting
other
on
questions?
this motion, or what are we doing?
Well, what we're doing right now is we're discussing the motion as amended by Trustee Jones. We've had Trustee Jones give the explanation, Trustee Cowan, Trustee Blackburn, Trustee Morath. Any other trustees have any questions as it pertains to this before we go to Trustee Jones? That will start the second round of questions on that particular motion to amend.
I think we need to verify. You trust, but you verify.
Okay.
And I think we have an evaluation department that every year they give us evaluations on some of our programs and looking at them. And we should be evaluating our programs every year to look to see how well. That particular item, 17, we received that the night of. However, it just said it was a checklist. It didn't say if this is impacting academic outcome. Because we did this, our students are better. And I think that should be a constant verification with this board if we are monitoring the academic achievement of our students. So I support that are independent to evaluate. We have the evaluation and accountability department, and I think that's what they're supposed to do. And we can get those reports on our programs and how they're impacting academic achievement.
Trustee Nettle, Trustee Foreman?
I would be in support of Trustee Jones. One of the things that troubles me is that we take data, and particularly number 17, which was just a list of programs. We had no idea if the programs were effective, what was happening with the programs, how long the programs had been enacted. It was just a list of programs. That troubles me as a trustee, because when I go back out to my district, they want to know what's working. And there is no way I can determine if something is working when, first of all, when I get something at the very last minute and I'm expected to vote on it. And secondly, just a list of programs. There's no way you can evaluate just a list of programs by saying they're there. Are they working? Are they not working? Do we need to change them? Do we need to do something different? I mean, that is just not the way to evaluate.
Trustee Foreman? Trustee Mitchke, any questions?
No.
I think I think independently verifying the data is important. The only question or concern that I would have is what it would then do to us as a board as we try to meet the deadlines per our own deadlines that we're establishing and also the deadlines of the contract with the superintendent. Because what we're then doing is we're asking this, based on the language, our chief internal auditor, to get this data turned around pretty quickly. If we expand the scope and then we begin to turn it from a 1 to 2 hour check to then a 2 or 3 week check, and that means that there are subsequent actions that we as a board have to take. That means we would have to, based on the contract, amend the contract to then push the date back, because if we don't have all that data then, and it's not independently checked, then we as a board can't make a decision to be able to do the evaluation because we don't have the data that we need. So that's my concern. And if it ends up being that we have this scope that just expands tremendously, I just want the board to be prepared to know that we will have to take multiple steps in order to deal with the situation at hand. And I think independently verifying is a smart move, but timeline is a consideration. Okay, we're on the second round on this particular issue. Trustee Cowan and then Trustee Jones.
Add a friendly amendment or a second amendment that we have all independent verification done by September 30th.
That's too late.
To have it all completed by then.
September 1st. Well, if September 1st is the performance review.
It's not even possible
End
to
of
have it
year.
done by September 1st.
So end of year going back to my original point of timelines and what is in his contract and what is on this document. So if the end of year superintendent self-assessment is August, what are we saying now, 1?
What do you think about that?
And not put a date in it?
Right.
Let me just talk through my thoughts first. And I'll-
To talk through your thoughts, Eric.
Self-assessment by August 1. Performance review by September 1. At what point would we do the verification? Before or after? September 1.
Point of information to try to clarify this.
Before you do that, did you have a point of information on a particular issue?
Yeah, I mean, I think a way to deal with this is to strike the word verified and the word audited, which would mean that we would use the numbers that are presented to us to prepare the evaluation, almost the way, the government would review a form and then go back and audit those numbers, and if there needs to be any changes, we would make them after the audit takes place.
Okay, well, does that answer your...
Just afraid if we don't put a very strict date on here, or not even a strict, but a by date, then there will be more confusion and we'll lose track and we won't be able to give direction to the independent auditor, internal auditor. So I want to make it as clean and understandable as possible for not only this board, but the superintendent and the internal auditor. So I'll withdraw my friendly amendment. I just want to get that point across. I think we need to consider that.
Did you have a point of information because she has the floor next?
Go ahead.
Okay, Trustee Jones.
I'm not worried about that. To the extent we get the self-assessment August 1, there's an entire month that we're supposed to be doing a review. So one way or the other, the fact that we're doing it simultaneous with an external resource, and whether the auditor does it directly or they defer it to some independent entity to do it, that's all well and good. I mean, I think the issue here is to be able to independently verify. That's the criticality of what's being presented, and make sure that what's being represented is in actuality something you can take to the bank. So it's an opportunity to do a simultaneous sort of equation, because if we don't get the information, then I don't know what you're verifying anyway. I mean, the point is, when the information comes to us, that's when the clock starts. And the problem here, I think that everybody's addressing, is this board needs enough time to do its diligence appropriately to be able to carry that out. So if we need to put more time in here for the board to do its diligence, I think that's where you deal with it. Other than that, it's got to be done. And there's, the challenge of management presenting its view, and it's data that they control. There's got to be a way to do independent verification to make sure that what's being represented is actually what happened, or what results are.
Thank you, Trustee Jones. Trustee Morath.
I want to make one sort of point on this topic and then offer an amendment to Trustee Jones's amendment. And the point is, we need to be cognizant of the fact that there's multiple data components to the evaluation. So a huge chunk of the evaluation is done and settled by August 1st, but not all of it. So there's some data that doesn't show up until the first or second week of September. There's some data that doesn't show up until the third week of September. And so if we put a specific date to timeline on the verification of all the data, we'd have to choose the last possible date. And I think that what would be much more appropriate is for, as the stuff is becoming available, we get it, it comes to us from the self-assessment and we review it, but we could expect maybe some pieces of the evaluation to change as those other data elements are received. And so anyways, the point to the amendment on the floor is that our Office of Internal Audit that verifies this stuff, they're going to verify some stuff in August, but they're going to wait and verify some stuff in September, because that's when the data becomes available. So anyways, I just want to make sure that we're aware of that issue, because there's multiple pieces to the evaluation. So that being said, I was going to offer an amendment to define the scope of the review. And I think if we define the scope of the review that's done by internal audit, that'll clarify any concerns that we might have about the time frame not being reached. And so the specific amendment, in order for me to get the language right, I'd like you to repeat the language that has already been put out.
Go ahead and start at part A. Yeah.
On page 4 or 6, right before the overview of part B, the last sentence, part A is scored based upon actual achievement data as independently verified by the Chief of Internal Audit.
And so what I would propose is to append to the end of that the phrase, with such verification, focusing solely on a review. I'm sorry, I had to change my word because the wording changed. Bear with me just a second. With such verification, focus solely on confirming that district data systems support the data as reported.
Slow that down and say it one more time.
Yeah, after unconfirming.
With such verification, focusing solely on confirming that district data systems support the data as reported.
I don't accept that. It changes the absolute intent.
Hold on, Trustee Jones.
It changes the intent of the
Trustee Jones.
statement.
She doesn't have to accept it.
I'm not.
System.
This is a motion to amend the motion as amended. This is in order. So would you please state it one more time and state it slow?
With such verification, focusing solely on confirming that district data systems support the data as reported.
Support the data.
Support the data.
Reported.
Reported by who?
Superintendent.
I thought we were looking for
Second. So we have a motion to amend the motion as amended to add the language, that particular language that was just specifically said, to the end of the language that's being proposed currently as the motion is amended by Trustee Jones. So now the debate is on the motion as amended.
And I believe that she has identical language in 2 additional places, so I would append this in all 3 places. So that's the essence of my motion.
You're going to need a second.
Okay. Anybody?
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Cowan. Trustees, we are now on the motion to amend the motion as amended. Is there any discussion? Trustee Jones?
I don't understand this language. First of all, I don't think it's the job of this board to tell the auditor how to do an independent assessment, and that's basically what this says, because you're basically limiting what they can look at, and that's not the intent of an independent verification. So if you're going to independently verify something, it's within their discretion to determine how to best do that, and also what sources they may want to use to get that done. So basically what this amendment does is it completely wipes out the discretion of the auditor to do their job and to set the professional standard by which they may want to do the independent verification. And that's the reason I'm uncomfortable with it. It's an overreach. It's not, it changes the intent, and it also takes us out of scope for the point, which is to make sure that and to keep it simple, that we independently verify and that we allow the people that do that to determine what the best way to do that is. So those are my concerns, and I think this is a overreach, and actually the board trying to tell professionals how to do their jobs, which we shouldn't be doing.
Thank you, Trustee Jones. Trustee Cowan?
Since we're dragging our Chief of Internal Audit and he's sitting nice and quiet right over here, I'd like to hear his opinion on our discussion.
Mr. Singleton?
Well, I'll apologize first in that I have not read this in detail to know exactly what all we're measuring, what would we be testing, what processes we'd be looking at. But here's the approach I would go with, and it would be multifaceted, I believe. First off, as an audit, we're not looking at every transaction, every detail, every piece of data. We're not looking at all that. We're going to test it. And so we're going to look at pieces of it. We'll do that through various ways, statistical sampling, random sampling, whatever we can to get comfortable with those areas. Second, I don't think we're going to wait until August or September to start some of this work. some of this work I would hope we could begin earlier and look at systems and see how information is being managed, gathered, and reported. And so we could look at some of those systems and document those and see if the systems are working, and then test the systems beforehand. So testing the systems and the processes is one step. At the latter part is then once we get the actual numbers or whatever we're measuring here, then we can go in statistically and look at some of those areas and see if those numbers match up with the way the system is supposed to work. I will tell you this, what I would probably recommend to you is allow us to look at it. We would come back with, in effect, an engagement letter back to this board and say, here are the things that we will be doing, and we will detail those out specifically. And I would probably look at the various things that you're looking at here and rank them, prioritize them, determine if some are at more risk than others, prioritize. And look at those that seem to be the most important. I would put this into kind of an engagement letter and detail the steps we could do. I would then have to also look at it and say, how much time have we got with this? And we could do part or all of those tests based on the time that we have available and the staff that are available. And so it would be a very fluid, very flexible audit plan going in, but then we would detail that, put it out in engagement, and see what we've got.
Information. This is not an audit. This is an independent verification. That is a very different process than what you just described. And that was the original language, was doing independent verification. That's a very different thing than doing an audit. And I just want to be clear about that, because my intent is that the verification be the part of what defines the process, not, go through a traditional audit structure, which may or may not be relevant for what it is we're talking about here.
Hey, Trustee Cowan, you still have the floor.
Well, actually, Trustee Jones brings up a good point, because it does go to the heart of this amendment based on what Mr. Singleton has told us, and I just want to throw out an example so we all understand really what we're trying to accomplish here. For example, if on Part B of the evaluation we had a section that says volunteer programs will be operational by September 15th, 2015, and then unsatisfactory has 0 to 14 schools that met that goal, exceeds has 46 to 60 schools, commendable, or whatever we call it in the future, 61 plus schools. So that's an example. What Mr. Singleton is saying is he's not going to go, and let's say the superintendent gave us a list of 67 schools that had volunteer programs. What Mr. Singleton just said is that he's not going to go into every 67 of those schools and make sure that they have a volunteer program. He's going to do audit type work, statistical analysis to make sure that the systems are functional and giving us the right data, not just relying on the superintendent's word for it. So both points need to be considered, because it does go to the heart of this amendment that Trustee Jones is asking us to consider, but we also need to understand how that's going to be verified or audited. Yep.
Trustee Nuttall?
I understand Trustee Jones' amendment, but I guess what Mr. Singleton said, it seems to me is something we should be doing anyway. Seems to me that we should be receiving on our systems reports about how we're doing. And when I look at the board goals and I look at number 1 and I see what we evaluated on, it seems to me that should be something that we receive through the audit, that the internal auditor should already have these reports and should be available so we can check that. So that part of what you said on how you will go about this, it seems to me that's something we should be doing anyway as a board. That's what the internal auditor's function is. Maybe I'm incorrect. So wait, I'll let you finish. And then when I look at board goal number 4 and number 3, you talk about systems. And then when I go back and I look at what we said we were going to do in our Destination 2020 plan, It just seems that these are reports that should already be coming to the board on how well we are educating the children. And you match up your inputs with your outputs. Our inputs is we do A, and our output is academic achievement. And if they're not matching, you can look along the way from our monthly audit reports that we should be receiving about our systems and see if our systems are working for our children. So what I hear Elizabeth is saying is that we received a report at the last hour about volunteer programs. That's where evaluation and accountability come into. And we all want to be accountable, I thought. We're holding teachers accountable, principals accountable. We want to be accountable. So you have evaluation book we just got one last Friday, that evaluate all our Title I programs. So we can match that report up with the internal auditors to make sure the statistic and the data is matching, and then it folds up into one report to give to the board, or we look at that along the way when we match up what programs. So I guess bringing the internal auditor up to clarify what they should be doing anyway, and we as a board should be doing, I think is not the point in what Elizabeth is making. So I don't know how y'all reconcile this, but I really want to get to A, what we're here for, academic achievement, and I really think that maybe we should put more money in doing the academic achievement part on how we rate our kids and how they're doing.
I want to make sure that we can, that we
Sure,
get,
we'll get to that.
I'm just saying, we're spending all this time on management, and I don't see inputs when I look at the
Thank you, Trustee.
evaluation.
Thanks, Trustee. Now, we're on the motion to amend the motion as amended, and so we're talking particularly about Trustee Morass' addition, with such verification focusing solely on confirming that district data systems support the data as reported. Does anybody have any questions on that particular amendment? We've heard from Trustee Morath, Trustee Jones, Trustee Cowan, Trustee Nuttall. Any other questions on his motion as amended?
I'd just like to hear it again, just to make sure.
Okay. It is with such verification focusing solely on confirming that district data systems support the data as reported. Okay, for second round, Trustee Morath.
The purpose of this, I think, actually was confirmed in the internal auditor's sort of testimony. I thought that I was of the mindset that Dr. Blackburn shared earlier, which is that we really just want a second pass at this data to make sure that the data is accurate. However, what the internal auditor just described, and actually what Trustee Cowan just described, is actually auditing the underlying information. So, for example, to go back to the example of the elementary school volunteer program, what is contemplated in the conversation that I just heard is calling up a few of them, random sample, calling them up and verifying them, and confirming that those things are actually happening. The programs are actually happening. While that does not seem tremendously burdensome, there's a huge amount of information that has to be verified here, and that's a fairly simple one. So when we get to Exhibit A, for example, and we want to verify the achievement rate data, would we like an audit of that would involve a random sample verification of all student tests from grades 3 through 8, because that all factors into the achievement rate data, and ensuring that the underlying data is accurate. What I don't think that Trustee Jones intended, that we want the underlying data actually verified, because what you're then talking about is a dictate to audit of an audit plan around this. What I thought the purpose of the motion was that we just want independent review of this data, not a full-blown audit of the underlying data. That is the reason why I tried to offer the clarifying language, so that no one would be confused what the scope and purpose of this is. It's not to go and verify the efficacy of all these programs. That's outside the scope of the superintendent's evaluation process. It's not to verify the underlying integrity of the data reporting systems throughout the district, because that's a huge job, and there's many audits ongoing in those areas right now. the purpose is to make sure we have a second set of eyes looking over the data to make sure that the data was actually correctly reported to us. And so that is the reason for my clarification amendment. I think without the clarification amendment, given what I just heard, I would have to vote against the original amendment because I think it opens up this huge amount of work that internal audit might pursue, which seems counterproductive to our purposes here. So, and I don't know, Dr. Blackburn, I'd love to sort of hear your perspective on this as well, because I thought I was of the same mindset as you, and I just want to make sure that I'm not coming at this from the wrong way.
Actually, I'm okay with the Research and Evaluation Department supplying the information from Part A. I've been okay with them since we did it with Hinojosa. I mainly was looking at the, I said Office of Internal Audit, but the Chief of Internal Audit only looking at Part 3. And I think we're only talking about 4, 5, 6 items.
Yeah.
Just that small group. And I think they'll be able to handle 5 or 6 items.
Right.
But, you know, I don't think they have to go back and dig at every detail, you know, of it. And I just don't think they need to dig very deep to look at every nuance of it.
So, if I can ask a clarifying question, then. Yeah.
Dr. Blackburn, go ahead.
So the original documents call for the Office of Internal Audit to actually do that verification of Part 3 in Exhibit B. So both my amendment and the original amendment then are essentially unnecessary to accomplish your objective.
It's actually already in there on page.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Trustee Jones?
Yeah,
On the motion as amended.
it's always amazing to me how this board, takes a simple idea and can completely convolute it to a point at which it has no meaning. Verification and validation are specific processes. They are specific things that I believe somebody, as a chief of internal audit, would know actually how to conduct it to be able to do what's necessary to verify and validate that something as reported or as it's represented is actually accurate, correct, and reflective of what is being represented. That's all this is about. And it's just to make sure that it's independently done, because if the board is supplied with internal data from our own people, that's not independent. That's coming from the very people who report to the superintendent. There's no independence there. That's completely intertwined on Part A, and as we found out this last go-round, there were areas that were either under investigation or otherwise hadn't been finalized that were calculated, which never should have been, at least not done before an independent assessment of that was carried out, and you're crediting with points. So from where I'm sitting, it's a simple thing, that it just gets independently verified and validated, and I allow the Chief of Internal Audit to figure out what that means, whether you hire outside resources, he looks at it independently, he has, whatever process he feels is necessary, that's done. But the bottom line is the key word here is the independence. And it's got to be done on all data. Now, Part A is pretty straight up. It's a set of data that basically is a bunch of calculations that are part of how we score. So that one is pretty straightforward. Part B, I can appreciate that in areas you get into some dynamics that don't necessarily lend themselves, but here's what I would suggest. Anything on Part B that you can't measure and verify, we shouldn't be using as part of a qualification of somebody's performance. As Peter Drucker was so fond of saying, if you can't manage it, well, that what you can't measure, you can't manage. So arguably, if we're setting measurements that arguably are not consistent with our ability to verify, then we got a problem on Part B. So I just wanted to keep this simple. I didn't want to tie his hands with the language that Trustee Morath just added. And frankly, I wanted to just make sure that it was reinforced as a point that it be independently verified and validated, however you want, whichever word you prefer. Both words actually have real meaning, and we leave it at that. That was it.
Thank you, Trustee Jones. Trustee Bingham?
Yeah, just as a point of information from Mr. Morath, so are you wanting to withdraw your amendment?
No, I'm going to vote in favor of my amendment. because I disagree with Trustee Jones that there's universal agreement on the term verification. To try to clarify that. When it comes back to the original motion, I would likely vote against, but we're not on that.
No, we're not on that. Trustees, any more questions on Trustee Morath's motion to amend the motion as amended? Trustee Mitch K.
Yeah, I want to second the comments that Trustee Blackburn made earlier, and I'm trying to figure out how we get the position that Blackburn articulated into the end product of this document. So as I'm understanding it, what Trustee Morath is proposing is somewhat different from what Trustee Blackburn had suggested as a compromised way to do this. Is that correct?
I think what Trustee Blackburn is proposing would be to leave the document as is, because the document as is already contemplates everything that Trustee Blackburn has proposed. I'm trying to amend Trustee Jones's language, which begins to deviate from Trustee Blackburn's original request, and my language was simply to clarify the nature of that deviation.
Okay. Trustee Noodle?
I guess what I'm trying to understand is I look at the evaluation. For example, we had last year develop and implement a district teacher leadership institute that enrolls 200 teachers in 2 cohorts. We didn't receive any verification that actually happened. So what we're looking for is how do we know we accomplished that goal and how did it impact that's one. And then when I look at the new evaluation, we're talking about efforts to retain teacher results and retention of the highest performance. To me, it seems there would be some evidence that would show, I guess we'll have to define highest performers, and then how do we retain our teachers. So I see where we need to get verifications, because we're just rating to say, how do I know you got exemplary 1 or exemplary 2? But I see the point of how do we verify that we accomplished this goal was accomplished and we're better off. I look at what we're measuring. So if our goal is ensure highly effective teachers for all students, how do I know as a trustee that we have highly effective teachers for all students with the A through G? And what is the evidence to show that when I look at it, we do have highly effective teachers via A, B, C, D? So Dr. Blackburn's question, do your amendment or goal solidify that?
Only thing that I wanted the internal auditor to look at was Section 3 of Part B.
Wait. Section 3.
Thing I want him to look at.
And what is that? Section 3 of Part B.
Yeah, that's where we had the problems last time.
But I don't. Then it goes to the question: why are we discussing this? Because it's not even on the new evaluation.
Y'all just take my word for it. We can just move on. But
Where is it?
Okay, it's not even on the new evaluation.
But as I said earlier, the changes that I put in there was mainly to address some of the concerns that we had. We had the biggest concern with Part 3. And well, it's one of the big concerns. And my thought is just to have the internal auditor to verify that information. For instance, that long list of after school of tutoring or whatever's going on, just to verify that part. On Part B, Exhibit B, the first part on the goals, that's all fairly subjective based upon your assessment of what the superintendent has provided. To have someone else to verify everything that is turned in,
So we've gone around. Trustee Foreman, did you have anything to add to Trustee Morath's motion to amend the motion as amended? I'm not going to be supporting the motion to amend the motion as amended, Trustee Morath, because I believe in the spirit of what Dr. Blackburn's saying from the beginning as the main motion. So I'm not going to be supporting this. And trustees, we're now ready to vote on the motion.
What are we voting for?
I'm going to read it. The motion to amend the motion as amended, as presented by Trustee Morath and seconded by Trustee Cowan. What that says is to add the language with such verification focusing solely on confirming that district data systems support the data as reported. That is to be added to the language of Trustee Jones's motion, which is it says, as independently verified by the chief internal auditor, and that is to be added to page 4 of 6 at the end of part A is scored based upon actual achievement data, and page 6 of 6 at the end of number 1 and number 3. Just to make sure you all understand.
Also part of number 6.
Well, okay.
I'm clear.
Okay, it's also on it. Just to make sure before we vote, that language is also on
It's in 4 places.
number 2 on page 6 of 6.
It's in 3 places. The amendment applies.
6 of 6.
Right, her amendment applies to 3 places, but what Trustee Blackburn is saying before we make that vote is that the language part 3 is scored based on upon actual performance data, which will be supplied by the superintendent, is also on number 2 on page 6 of 6. So would you like in your motion to add that language to number 2 as well?
It would be not germane, so it would be inappropriate parliamentary procedure to do that. And
You can revise that motion. So you don't want to?
I'm telling you, it's not germane to her motion.
No.
And I'm amending her motion.
I know. Okay. Okay. Trustees?
A point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
So there was a motion, it was seconded, then there was to amend, and then there was an amendment on the amendment, which is what we're currently discussing. Can they be separated, or do they have to be taken together? And if they're taken together and it fails, then can you go back to the original amendment?
I'll handle this.
No, actually, I'd like to hear from our...
Okay, well, I'm the presiding officer, so I'm going to handle it first, and then if I do this incorrectly, please let me know. This is a motion to amend the motion as amended. If this fails, we are then back to the conversation about your motion as amended. We still have an opportunity to vote on that motion. If that motion passes, then your motion stays in place, and that is an amendment to the main motion already as amended by Trustee, I can't remember who. Yeah, Marath. Okay. So right now we're going to take a vote on Trustee Marath's motion to amend the motion as amended. All those in favor of that motion, please raise your hand. And all those opposed.
Motion fails. 1 voting yes and 8 voting no.
Seconded for the discussion. That is
Okay, trustees, I want to make sure we're still on point. Trustees, we are now back to the motion to amend the motion as amended as presented by Trustee Jones. That motion, just to make sure we're clear on that, is to add the language as independently verified by the Chief Internal Auditor on pages 4 of 6 and 6 of 6. Okay?
May I add a friendly on that?
Hold on 1 second. Yes, ma'am. I just want to make sure that we're clear also on where we are on the conversation. We're in the second round of the conversation. Trustee Cowan, Trustee Jones, and Trustee Marath have spoken. This is her motion, however, and she does have something that she'd like to add. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I think maybe what can give everybody better comfort is to say independently verified and validated. I mean, really, that's the intent here. We're really interested in making sure that it is what it is, and that's really the whole point. So if people are getting hung up on the word verified, if you do verified and validated, I think that gives the proper discretion and at least the understanding that we just want an independent validation and verification of what's been presented to the board. And I think that that's an appropriate thing for a board to do, especially when we tie compensation to things such as results. And in the spirit of what happened in El Paso, I think it was really incumbent on this board to make sure there's independence in the process, hence the spirit of it. That's it.
So this is a revision to her motion. Does anybody have any objections to that?
So it's
Okay.
just saying independently verified and validated by the CIA.
By the Chief Internal Auditor.
Yeah.
Great. So Trustee Cowan, Trustee Jones, Trustee Marath have spoken. Trustees, any other comments on this particular motion?
What was Trustee Blackburn's? He didn't have a motion.
You're asking what Trustee Blackburn's initial
What was
intent?
yours, the independent by the CIA too?
Say it again?
Let's not call them the CIA anymore.
I know, that really makes me uneasy.
So
The FBI. Let's call it.
Trustee Nuttall has a question, Dr. Blackburn, on the your original intent as it relates to the verification of data by the internal auditor. I think she's asking that question because she wants to be prepared to be able to take a vote as it relates to Trustee Jones' amendment, but she needs to know the difference between what you're proposing, and I think she's understanding what Trustee Jones is proposing.
Yeah, if you go to page 2 of 6, under the heading number 5, that first paragraph,
2 of 6.
6.
Yes.
heading number 5, the last sentence of that paragraph, Section 3 of Part B shall be scored based upon data supplied for the listed criteria, with the Office of Internal Audit performing a verification of the data. It was only intended that the Office of Internal Audit would perform a verification of the data for Section 3 only.
It's the same thing, Elizabeth said.
Yeah, Trustee. Yeah, okay, to Dr. Blackburn, okay.
Do I understand you correctly that you'll be voting against this motion?
I'm okay with the language that I put in the beginning. Now, if we're going to add it several other times, I think it should say the same thing, though.
Okay, well, right now,
If we-
we're debating the motion to amend that Trustee Jones has proposed as independently verified and validated by the Chief Internal Auditor in those particular sections that we've already highlighted. So we need to take a vote on that before any other motions to amend are concerned. Unless Dr. Blackburn would like to make a motion to, or anyone would like to make a motion to amend the motion as amended, again, adding that into a specific section. I want to make sure everybody understands.
I do think if you change that language in the subsequent places, they need to go back and change it also on the first paragraph of 5. Or let the information at the end of paragraph on number 5 be added to the other areas so that it's consistent. Otherwise, it's going to have it saying one thing one way in one place and a different way for other places.
Trustees, any other questions? Okay, before we go to Trustee Jones, because we've...
Well, point of information. I mean,
hold on. Did you have a point of information? Because what I'm trying to... Okay, point of information, Trustee Jones.
thank you. So, Dr.
Dr. Blackburn.
Right. So, Dr. Blackburn, it's really, as long as we make it explicit in these other places and it's applied to these other places, I think it's a lot better to say as independently verified and validated by the CIA. I think it's more explicit, Chief Internal Audit. It's more explicit than, it seems very narrow the way it's currently worded in the other areas. So I think you're right, for consistency's sake, we should have one set of language, but I think that language should be a little more discretionary to the Chief of Internal Audit, because in different areas, validating and verifying may look very differently. So and he may, for example, decide one way you validate is to use a third party. That could be an issue. That may not come through his shop, but he's overseeing that process and then, putting his imprimatur on the independent part.
All right, trustees. Are there any other questions on Trustee Jones' motion to
Follow
amend?
to that, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
The reason I put Office of Internal Audit, because then that office can decide who's going to do the work. But the intent, again, is for the Office of Internal Audit to perform a verification of the data for Section 3 only of Part B. And we talked about timelines, and if we start having that office to verify all of the academic data that Cecilia Oakes and her shop has taken time to verify and put together, that's going to take up more time.
Okay. Okay, trustees. There are no other questions. We'll vote on the motion to amend presented by Trustee Jones. I want to read that one more time so we all understand. As independently verified and validated by the Chief Internal Auditor, to be added on page 4 of 6 and 6 of 6. All those in favor of the motion as amended, please raise your hand. All those opposed?
The motion fails, 3 voting yes and 6 voting no.
Trustees, we are now back to the main motion as amended. And in that portion of the conversation, we've had Dr. Blackburn speak, Mr. Morass speak, Ms. Foreman speak, Trustee Jones speak. So, if I haven't called your name, do you have any other questions on the main motion as amended before we go? What the hell's the motion?
Point of information.
What information?
There may be multiple amendments, so people only get one opportunity to make any amendments, and then it's a second round, or are we going through all the different amendments that are part of this process in a systematic way that we can all do that work as a body? I'm confused.
I'm running the meeting with our rules. You've made a motion to amend. Trustee Morath has made a motion to amend. Other trustees have an opportunity to speak to the main motion. Are there any other trustees that would like to speak to the main motion as amended? Trustee Foreman. Well, you've already spoken. We'll come back to you. Okay, here you go. We'll start a second round. Trustee Foreman.
I'd like to get back to what was raised earlier and was just kind of skipped over. Was the fact that I had some problems with having two categories of exemplary. So what I'd like to do is make a motion
Yes, ma'am.
that we actually strike one of the exemplary areas and have exceeds instead of exemplary 1, and then have exemplary 1.
I'd like to second that, but may I offer a minor clarification, just for clarity? Okay. So, what I would do is, at the amendment, would be a global find and replace for exemplary 2, changing it to exemplary, and then a global find and replace exemplary 1, changing it to exceeds. Make that same amendment to the two remaining documents to determine consistency.
Okay. So trustees, there is a motion to amend the document presented by Trustee Foreman and seconded by Trustee Morath. That motion to amend should state that there is a global change of the terminology exemplary 2 to exceeds, and exemplary 1, exemplary 2 to exemplary, and exemplary 1 to exceeds. That change will be reflected in this document, but we will also need to do that change in the next two documents as well. Trustees, any debate on that particular motion to amend?
I have a question.
Okay, Trustee Bingham.
On page 6 of 6, our categories would be unsatisfactory, progressing, proficient, exceeds, exemplary.
That is correct.
Okay.
Trustees, any other questions on this particular motion to amend? Trustee Jones?
So, we have our own internal approach to all of this, but this is a superintendent performance evaluation instrument. Does any of this have meaning as it relates to superintendent appraisal out there in the broader standards? Because this doesn't give much meaning as far as what's the definition and how do you calibrate that against how others are evaluated. When we developed this process and this rubric, it was looking at a number of major districts and various evaluation systems, and these particular terms that we defined had real meaning. So I'm somewhat challenged by us tinkering with something that, at least as superintendent performance evaluation goes, may have no meaning based on peers.
Okay.
Point of information.
Yes, ma'am.
Trustee Jones, are you saying that you would prefer that we keep the same nomenclature that we had before?
I think
as
that
opposed to changing anything?
that would be, to me, a more appropriate deal until we somehow figure out how to define things in accordance with some standard that's acceptable to the way the entirety of superintendents are looked at. And as I recollect, this was consistent in its current form with a national framework of how this is done.
Okay. Trustee Mitchke.
Well, I agree with Trustee Jones that the existing language without amendment for the categories exceeds and commendable instead of exemplary 1 and exemplary 2 respectively. We should keep the original language, commendable and exceeds.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee. I'm sorry.
I'll second what he just said. So
Hold on, before we get all crazy. How about this? If that's, you can either remove your amendment and then we're back to the main motion. Okay, so you've withdrawn that amendment, but I just want to make sure we're capturing the spirit of the conversation. And in that conversation, that means that as the main motion that we have right here that we would be voting on is that all trustees would be in agreement if you, trustee Foreman, if everybody were to, at the end of this, with the final vote, agree and vote this forward, or if it passes 5-4. As it stands currently, the language is exemplary 2 and exemplary 1 and proficient, progressing, and unsatisfactory. So if you want to capture the spirit of what Trustee Jones is that conversation, you need to make a motion to amend again and to say, make it commendable, exceeds.
Well, I think what Trustee Jones, and I want to make sure I understand her, that's why I asked for a point of information. Trustee Jones is not just saying on the 2 exemplary categories, nor I believe it's Trustee Mitch K. They're saying they want to go back to the nomenclature that we had for all 2, 4, 5 categories. And so I'd make a motion to do that.
Okay. So, all right. So we've got a motion and a second, and here's what the motion is. The motion is to strike the words exemplary 2 and exemplary 1. You're going to change exemplary 2 back to what it used to be, which is commendable, and exemplary 1 back to what it used to be, which is exceeds.
Because
And needs improvement.
And progressing, yes, and proficient and progressing, and proficient and needs improvement and unsatisfactory.
Because I didn't see, and that's what I had a concern. I didn't see a needs improvement. You just go straight from unsatisfactory to progressing, and there needs to be, if there's a time.
So before to start the conversation on that, also make sure to capture the spirit that that's a global change for this document. We'll need to do the same thing for the next document and the next if this passes.
Oh, and point of information, or on page 6 of 6, it didn't redline where the overall evaluation rating would also align with that. So and that should have been redlined, and it wasn't.
So a global change. So this is a motion to amend, and we're keeping the same spirit to keep the conversation going. Trustee Foreman has spoken. Trustee Mitch K has spoken. Trustee Jones has spoken. Are there any other questions on this particular motion to amend? Trustee Morath.
I don't know why we want to willingly have different language for our superintendent than we use throughout the rest of the district. So the whole reason for this language change in the first place was to use the same nomenclature that are used for all of our employees. So if we want to be, obstinate, but that seems fine with me. It'd be that way. I don't understand why we reject these terms. That just doesn't make any sense to me. So,
Trustee Morath, if I knew what the word obstinate mean, I would have to ask you to calm down the language, but I don't know if that's a good word or a bad word, so why don't we keep the personalities out of it for a second? That was a joke. Trustee Cowan, and then Trustee Nuttall, and then
I think we're arguing over whether to call it a red ribbon or a blue ribbon or a green ribbon. I actually liked what Trustee Foreman proposed to amend initially, and was ready to support that, but I'm fine with exemplary, exceeds, proficient, and progressing, so we can be somewhat consistent. I didn't really like the exemplary 1 and 2, but that's why I was ready to support the amendment. So I'll just sit here and stop talking.
Okay. Trustee Nuttall, and then Trustee Bingham.
If I'm correct, and please correct me, I don't think we have a evaluation for assistant soups and chiefs, and I think they're just adopting the one for EDs. We've yet to see that one. So I think the only people with evaluations with this language would be principals and teachers. And so it's not all employees in the district. And I don't think our administrative staff, they're still on the 3 Rs. So I don't see that language. But I'm concerned because if you look at there's no room for needs improvement. And I think there is a needs improvement somewhere on someone's evaluation. Progressing, can you clarify what progressing looks like? What does progressing look like when you are looking at the academic data and there's clearly a room for needs improvement, but you're saying I'm progressing?
Point of information to
I was
Mr.
just
Moran.
going to address that specific question. So the rubric actually defines it. So the academic data for progressing indicates that gains are less than those of the state, but not by a large degree.
Gains are less than those of the state, but not by a large degree.
That's correct.
And so what was needs improvement?
Gains are less than those of the state, but not by a large degree.
So why did we change it to progressing and not needs improvement? Just trying to align with just the teachers and the principals.
Right. And-
I-
Yes, ma'am.
I just think when we get all the people, the chiefs, the administrative staff, and all our folks on a evaluation system that's aligned, we can cross that bridge, but needs improvement is very clear, so I support what Trustee Foreman to go from their levels.
Trustee Bingham?
Yeah, I stepped out for a moment, so I missed part of the conversation. The last that Trustee Foreman had said she wanted to do exemplary, exceeds, and those were the only two changes, but has that...
I'll run it. Yeah, let me run it through for you.
Okay, I mean,
So
it was like,
she withdrew that motion.
she withdrew it, okay.
And the motion now that we're talking about is a motion to amend to turn it back to what it used to be, which is commendable, exceeds, proficient, needs improvement, and unsatisfactory. And then that would be a global change throughout this entire document. And if we changed it that way, then we need to go and do that for the next two, for Part A and Part B. So that's where we're at right now.
So all we're doing is talking language here.
Mhm.
Will the points stay the same?
Yes. Any other questions? Second, I want to make a statement. I think if we're serious about tone starting at the top and the culture starting at the top, I think we have an opportunity right now to be able to make that change here as it relates to the evaluation. Exemplary 2, Exemplary 1, proficient, progressing, unsatisfactory. And we could wait for the assistant superintendents and executive directors. We've already done it for the teachers and for the principals. So I don't believe I'll be supporting the motion as amended to go back to that language, because I kind of like the tone that they're setting right now in the main motion. Okay, second round, Trustee Jones.
Go back to the real point of the matter. This is a superintendent's performance evaluation instrument. Superintendent is not a teacher. A superintendent is not a principal. Superintendent's evaluation should be specific to the roles and responsibility of the chief executive officer of the district. That role and responsibility is one that is universally understood in a context of requirements, responsibilities, and accountability and performance. And it's with that spirit that we stay consistent with how superintendents are rated across the nation and across the state. The problem with the language as it's reflected is it really has no comparability understanding to any other district. And right now, I'm not sure I understand the logic of this board trying to impose language or come up with terms of art that have no meaning, that have never been defined, and are actually being extracted from other performance evaluations that are not analogous to the one this board is considering. And it's with that thinking and that logic that I believe this board is finessing language that substantively out in the real world has no meaning, and in the current context hasn't even been defined as it relates to a superintendent's performance. Now, with respect to the definitions, there's some real problems in the way this language has been amended from the original language. Good example is commendable should be, as it's peer-reviewed and performing districts in the state, that we're benchmarking, not just coming up with some, loosey-goosey idea that really has no definitional relationship to anything. So not only are we changing terms, but we're also changing the substantive definition in most cases, which has no meaning, because we're using definitions to define areas. So that's circular logic. So on exemplary 2, there's a phrase in here. So I think first of all, you got to get what your categorical understanding of something is, and this has real meaning, and it was taken from others who we modeled this particular process and instrument against. I think that's the bottom line. Until we make these other changes and have a way to define it, I think that this board is doing something that isn't consistent with the way you evaluate a superintendent.
Thank you, Trustee Jones. Any other questions on the motion as amended? Second round. Okay, Trustee Morath, and then, did you have a question, Trustee Noddle?
Oh, no, I just had a comment.
Trustee
I was
Morath?
trying to figure out.
I was just going to point out, you'll notice in the last page of this document, it cites acknowledgments of other superintendent evaluation systems that we have reviewed in the development of this. The Indiana superintendent evaluation uses the term effective, improvement necessary, and ineffective. The Montgomery County evaluation has only 3 levels: in progress, meets expectation, and exceeds expectation. So it seems pretty clear that there is no universally agreed set of nomenclature for this. So we can either choose to match the nomenclature of our organization, or we can choose some independent language. That was my only comment.
I had a comment.
Trustee Noto, and then Trustee Foreman.
I just think it's interesting when you say exemplary. Exemplary means perfect, ideal, flawless. So I'm still back on what is exemplary 1 and what is exemplary 2, because it says you're flawless. But also when you describe what exemplary 1 is, it says basic. So, I mean, we have a real problem here if we're just looking for exceeded basic. Your basic, to me, exemplary means you're just knocking it out the box. You're just the bomb. So I'm just confused when you say exceeded basic. So you just, when you say basic, that's basic level, A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3. Exceeds, exemplary means you in chemistry and calculus and AP classes, and you're just up there. So even to describe exemplary 1 and say you exceed basic competency, that's just really interesting to me, because I thought we was raising expectations for all, but I guess that's only for teachers and principals.
Thank you, Trustee Noto. Trustee Foreman?
I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but I am going to say, and I'm ready to make another motion if necessary. But what I am going to say is words mean everything. They mean everything. And the wording that we use is extremely important. Now, when I went back and just looked at when we changed the titles or the name, the nomenclature, we didn't really change the definition. But we flipped with 2 exemplary. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And then when you look at, and I'm good with going back with my original motion, but when you look at you from unsatisfactory all the way to progressing and then proficient, and so there's no room for us to say our superintendent needs improvement. There's no room for that in the way it's been presented to us. So I'd just like for Dr. Blackburn to tell me, since he was part author of this, why these terms were used so I can get a better understanding. I've heard Trustee Morath, so I'm just wondering if Dr. Blackburn could explain.
I'm okay with using the same terminology that we have for the principals. As Trustee Morath said earlier, I was against the idea of using master as we have for the teacher. I'm good with using from the bottom unsatisfactory, then progressing, just like we have for the principals, and we have teachers with a progressing label or area. I'm good with keeping proficient. I'm okay with exceeds, because just like you, exemplary 1, exemplary 2, it can be somewhat confusing to some people. So I'm good with having exceeds as being the next to the top, and then with exemplary being the top value. But I put that all in context that when the superintendent's rating is determined, there's a small group of people that would know what it would be, because we are not allowed by contract to display or disclose what it is. So the only people going to know are the 10 of us and whoever else we allow in the room. So we can call it, you get the Blackburn Award. Nobody else would know about it except the people in this room. So I say that to say that, folks, let's not spend too much more time on this.
Okay, trustees, any other comments? Trustee Jones, okay.
Well, I just want to sort of take issue with what Trustee Morath threw out.
We're not, we've debated this 2 times.
Oh, I really,
I understand, Trustee Jones, I understand, and we can do a back and forth all day, but we're going to move this conversation forward. We've heard your sentiments, we've heard Trustee Morath's sentiments. It's time for the vote on the motion to amend by Trustee Foreman. And that motion to amend, I will read it right now. The motion to amend is a global change, and that global change is to strike out exemplary 2, exemplary 1, and progressing, and to make that language commendable, exceeds, and needs improvement. It's a global change throughout that document. That's the motion on the floor. All those in favor of that motion, please raise your hand. All those opposed?
Okay, the motion fails, 3 voting yes and 6 voting no.
Trustees, we're back to the main motion as amended. Trustee Foreman, when we last left, you had the floor, so you continue, please.
I'd like to make a second motion.
Okay.
I'd like to change exemplary 1 to exceeds, and exemplary 2 would be exemplary.
Okay. Can you say that one more time so I can make sure that they have that?
Got it. I got it. They had it the first
Please
time.
say it for me. Thank you.
In regards to make a global change from exemplary 2 to exemplary 1, and exemplary 1 to exceeds.
It's just exemplary, not exemplary
Exemplary
one.
and
Exemplary,
exceeds.
exemplary.
I'm sorry.
All right, just want to make sure. Okay, Trustee Foreman, any clarification? Changing. Trustee Morath, any clarification? Trustees, any questions? Trustee Jones? Seconded by Trustee Morath.
I think that that's a definite improvement. I do want to come back to the standard. There is no standard for progressing. I've just looked at every evaluation instrument, and needs improvement is basically the standard above and satisfactory. So I put that out there as potentially another change, but I'd like to make sure those first two are considered.
Thank you, Trustee Jones. Just a point of information for our attorneys. The top ranking, again, is going to be called what?
Exemplary
Exemplary.
and exceeds.
And exceeds. Exemplary and exceeds. So we've already made a motion to amend, and that motion to amend, the initial one that passed, which is now part of the main motion, was to change if the, quote, commendable, but now that's something else. What is that?
It's exemplary 2.
Exemplary
So
2.
we're going to have to go back and we're going to need to make an adjustment to that if this motion.
Say globe.
This will take care of
This
it.
one, yes.
I'll take care of it.
It's on its own.
All right, just want to make sure. Okay, trustees, any other questions? Are all those in favor of Trustee Foreman's motion as amended, please raise your hand. And all those opposed?
Motion passes 8-0.
Trustees, we're back to the main motion.
Listen.
and-
Oh, damn.
And Trustee Foreman, you still have the floor.
I'll come back to me, please. I've got something inside.
Trustees, any other questions? Trustee Jones.
I'd like to make a motion
Okay.
on whatever our top is now, sorry, exemplary, thank you, that the language be reverted back to the original language and the red line part be removed. This should be an area where we do exceed the top performing districts, not just in the state, but I also think there should be a benchmark here that's even higher than that.
So what is the particular motion?
To go back to the original language, although as I see the redlining here, stuff is redlining. I'm not sure if top performing district in the state, right. I don't have the original document.
Specifically at the Exhibit A description.
She's saying.
Page 4 of 6.
You'd like me to
The
read it?
Exemplary 2 description, which is now just exemplary.
Can somebody give me a copy of the original
performance,
document? Because this red line is,
You have it, there it is, underneath.
It say your original.
please.
It says original one.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay, I see where you're going. Okay. So the motion that's posed right now is going to need a second, but the motion, as I'm understanding it, is to go back to the original language of the 2013-2014 superintendent evaluation. As the language reads right now, it says the growth and performance must be such that we substantially narrow the gap with the state average, parentheses, even though average poverty in the state is far lower than it is in Dallas ISD, in parentheses. But the language that it said in 2013-2014 was the growth and performance must be such that we substantially narrow the gap with the top performing districts in the state. So Trustee Jones's motion is to revert back to that old language. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Trustee Nuttall. Trustees, any questions? Trustee Morath.
The primary primary issue comes down to the definition of substantially here. This drives lots of calculations that exist in Exhibit A. If those calculations change, then we're going to spend a lot of time tonight doing some mathematics. If the sentiment is that the calculations are fine, we just want to. That's the sentiment of the board.
I definitely think we need to have the target higher.
Second. Trustee Morath, any other questions?
The big issue with this is that we want to set a standard for outstanding performance, for the best performance ever, for what is consistent with the best performance ever. Nowhere in the history of the United States has a district with our poverty level caught up with a district like South Lake or Highland Park. And I want that to happen more than anything in this world. But I also want to make sure that the evaluation is in some way fair. And setting a goal for exemplary that is unachievable by any standard of man seems inappropriate. So what we will set by a standard where you have Dallas ISD exceed the state average is also a standard that has never been achieved by any district in the history of the state, or the history of the world, that is this large, although it is something that has been achieved by smaller districts. And so it strikes me that is truly exemplary performance. And when we get there, then we can redefine what is possible and what isn't possible. But it strikes me that having a goal in a formal evaluation document that I think 99 out of 100 people will agree is not achievable is not a recipe for an effective evaluation document.
So clarify what we're trying to achieve. I mean, what is not achievable?
Go ahead. The basic point is that there's never been a large district in the history of the world that has poverty levels that are an order of magnitude higher than the extraordinarily high performing districts in that same jurisdiction that has caught up with that jurisdiction. It's simply never happened. It's happened. There have been. It's never happened large or small. There have been smaller districts, there have been some charter districts that have exceeded state performance, even though they have substantially higher levels of poverty than the state. And so it strikes me that if we're going to set the bar as high as it's ever been, that bar, setting it to that level, is actually higher than has ever been achieved in the course of human history. It's just not the same goal that we had stated before, and that's the essence here is to set some kind of realistic target.
And I guess I have one more question. So in progressing, you say gains are less than those of the state, but not by a large degree. So what gains are we looking at? Are we looking at total gains? Are we looking at third grade reading English star, third grade Spanish star? What gains are we looking at, or just looking at one area?
As a per area. So the comparison is done area by area.
So for example, if we look at third grade reading English star, what are the gains or less than those of the state? What is our state gain now?
I'd have to go back and look at the evaluation document from last year, but I think the state, well, actually we can tell because of the red line. Mm-hmm. If you look at, are you doing English or Spanish?
I'm doing third grade Spanish, third grade Spanish star.
So the state actually fell. So you'll notice the scale score. Scale score was 1370 for the state the year before, and it was 1368. So the gains for the state were actually negative, not positive. And so for us to be progressing, we would have to lose more than the state. That's the essence of the definition of progressing. I'm not sure that's relevant to this particular motion.
I'm just trying to understand this progressing. Gains are less than those of the state, but not by large degree. And I'm just trying to understand what that looks like on the academic world. Gains are less than those of the state, but not by a large degree. And we're progressing. I'm just trying to, for example, third grade Spanish reading, but I'm good. I know what it looked like. It seems to me that we're lowering the bar on, and I'm just curious to know how did we do last year on that particular measurement, but I'm good.
Well, if the bar seems to be lower, and I think it is because the state is coming down, but if we decide not to compare our academic progress to the state and to change it to the high-performing district or top-performing district, then we have to identify who those districts are and gather their data before we can compare our data with their data, meaning that we're going to go well beyond September 30th, because then we're going to try to compare our data with their data, and many other school districts don't have their superintendent evaluations until December, so we won't even see much of their data to even compile it. It's much easier to get the data from the state just for the state average and compare ours to theirs than to try to get multiple data sources.
Point of information, Dr. Blackburn. Principals are compared to the state on their data evaluation. On their evaluation, principals are compared to the state.
And this data, it would be compared to the state. So I think it's fairly consistent.
And the bar is very high, so.
As a point of information, that's another reason for the change, because the data for high-performing districts isn't readily available now. It's not until November.
Point of information on that, we've been doing this for 2 years, so clearly we're using some baseline of data, and we're looking at peer or some benchmarking against that as a way to calibrate. So the challenge is the definitional way in which this was reconstituted has no meaning, and our previous does. So that was the purpose of trying to go back to language that I think we all can at least know what it means, as opposed to getting into language that has no meaning.
Okay. Trustees, I'm going to make sure that we know the motion as amended that we are about to vote on. The motion as amended is to strike out the language, the state average, even though average poverty in the state is far lower than it is in Dallas ISD, and to return to the language with the top performing districts in the state. All those in
growth and performance must be such that we substantially narrow the
the growth
gap
and performance
with
must be such that we substantially
It's a
narrow the
longer
gap with the
sentence,
top.
just
Oh,
wanna
okay.
be clear.
I'll read it. The growth and performance must be such that we substantially narrow the gap with the top performing districts in the state. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All those opposed?
Motion fails, 2 voting yes and 5 voting no.
Trustees, we're back to the main motion as amended. Trustee Jones, you still have the floor.
Poverty is something that may define our differences, but it doesn't necessarily mean that our performance can't be equal to or better than high-performing districts, and I think that that is where we need to be looking, not strictly adjusting for something that other districts such as Houston, which has a high rate of poverty, and Fort Worth and many other of our large districts also are doing some fairly good gains on student achievement against. So I think we should be measured against some real benchmarks, not nebulous ones. And the state does have a way to define that, and I think that that's something that we need to do. I'd like to make another amendment.
Okay.
And that's on page 6 of 6. And item number 3, and this is a question for the attorneys, this is not consistent with TEA process as far as what a board is required by responsibility to carry out. And I'd like to make sure that we are clear about the process that the board comes together with its scoring on Part B, because Part B is the evaluation of the performance of the superintendent against management related areas of concern. But the process is supposed to include the board consenting and coming up, not taking individual comments and just sort of aggregating them and saying that's the evaluation. But it's supposed to look at the scores, consolidate the comments, come up with one basic report that goes to the superintendent that the board has agreed matches its both scoring and commentary for the areas that it has evaluated. In addition to that, it's my understanding, if you look at the TEA as well as what Region 10 specifies, the board is also required in areas where there's needs improvement or deficiencies to spell them out and talk about what's going to be done to rectify that. Under the current system, that is not reflected here in this process, and ultimately it's a step that we're supposed to do as a board, but haven't otherwise been attentive to.
That's correct.
Okay. So I believe that needs to be reflective of TEA process.
Just to clarify, the TASB recommends that you don't do an average, because the goal is to have what does the board as a whole, as an entity, think of the superintendent's evaluation. And so if you just take the average, that doesn't give a sense of the whole board. You can consensus, you can use your how you're doing with the median now. That is better than an average, but it's sure you can go over those numbers, and then while you're in closed session evaluating them, you can talk about those and see if anyone disagrees with your method of whatever the median is. There's nothing in the law that says you can't do what you're doing by doing a median.
It's not about the scoring. That's one aspect. And I can appreciate, you can come up with different ways you want to kind of come to consensus on scoring. What I'm talking about is the process by which you actually incorporate all the different commentary to align with the ultimate scoring and then present that as one document to the superintendent. Not, here's the, 9 different patterns and 9 random comments, or if assuming 9 people did that. There should be only one evaluation. It should be truly the evaluation of the board to the superintendent, and not some individualistic approach, and we're just taking averages or medians or whatever, and whatever was commented and rolling it up and calling it an evaluation. My also understanding is that there's a second part of that, which was the point I was trying to make, which is that the board also is supposed to do not just on the rubrics, but go beyond it and actually specify if there's areas for improvement, what it is it expects going forward, and also how it defines the areas where, we should be seeing the superintendent address them. So as the process is currently laid out, that's all omitted or not incorporated as part of the process. And that's supposed to be specifically in the process as defined by both TEA, TASB, and even what Region 10 puts forth.
So your motion to amend is to do?
It's to just make sure it's compliant with the standard of practice that TASB and TEA set forth.
Yeah. That's not, so I just want to make sure, what specific language would you like us to add to number 3 in order to ensure that your motion is going to spirit?
Because that should come from them. I'm not.
Okay, is there any specific language you can advise us to add?
She said TASB and TEA. TASB has recommendations that aren't necessarily the law.
No, I understand it, but TEA does have specific guidelines and specific requirements, and I'm saying, so it should be in consistency with TEA to start out with, and if TASB has a recommended approach, then that would be the logical language to use.
So what language would you propose to add to this document?
To address Trustee Jones's comment would be to end the motion to say that the instrument itself has to comply with TEA and education laws.
So you're saying that needs to be some sort of blanket statement at the beginning of the document, potentially to say it needs to be in accordance?
You're required to follow, the law requires you to follow TEA law anyway.
Yeah.
So you could say it in there, but it's kind of understood.
Redundant.
So Trustee Jones, did you want to add that anywhere in this document?
Yeah, I'd like to add that in the front, but I'd also like to address the actual TEA process and make sure that it is reflected here, which it currently is not. There is no actual statement about what the board does. Now, I understand the board can, go off the reservation, but I think we're trying to make sure that we're doing exactly what is expected of this board and not making up rules or coming up with standards that don't exist and are otherwise inconsistent with our duty and responsibility.
So what is the language so that we can take a vote on that? Trustee Jones, it's your motion to...
Yeah, I'm asking attorney. I'm asking for counsel on this.
Here's what I suggested we do on this particular... Hold on. Here's what we're going to do. If there are no objections, I'm going to lay that particular motion on the table. Doesn't mean that it's dead, doesn't mean that it's going anywhere. Attorney Barlow, if you'd work with Trustee Jones to get the particular language so that this board can then have a vote on that, we'll do that. Are there any objections? No objections. So it's laid on the table at the moment. Trustee Jones and Trustee Barlow, if you'd take the time to try to get the specific language, we'll continue the conversation on the motion as amended, the main motion as amended. Trustee Morath.
I was going to offer an amendment.
Okay.
Page 6 of 6, item number 3. The first sentence. Insert the phrase after the word "the," attorney for the. So, the attorney for the Board of Trustees shall, and then strike meet to, shall combine the individual results. So the new first sentence reads, the attorney for the Board of Trustees shall combine the individual results. That is consistent with the language in the rest of the document. So this is sort of a clarifying change that's consistent with Trustee Blackburn's changes that were made on page 2 of 6. Which we added a minor clarification.
I missed it. What page are you on?
6 of 6.
6 of 6 in the red line.
Which paragraph?
So item number 3, the same paragraph we were just talking about.
Okay.
The very first sentence, the attorney for the Board of Trustees shall combine the individual results. Because that's the process that we have outlined as spelled out in page 2. And so I just wanted to make the language consistent there because there's a slight discrepancy here with this item number 3 with the language that's in the document before that.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Blackburn. Okay, Trustee Bingham.
Just offer a friendly, instead of just saying attorney, in parentheses, put S in case there's more than one there. Because like last time we had.
The attorneys for the Board of Trustees.
Yeah, it could be
Sure.
single or plural, so, okay.
The attorney, parentheses, S in parentheses.
In case there's 2 of you guys here, or more.
Trustees, any other questions on this motion as amended? Okay, hearing no questions, trustees. All those in favor of the motion as amended to change number 3 to say the attorney, parentheses, S in parentheses, for the Board of Trustees shall meet to combine the individual results.
Shall combine. It's not meet to.
Shall combine the individual.
Shall combine. Dr. Blackburn,
Shall-
you had a question before we go.
I'm sorry, let me make sure I got that. The attorneys for the Board of Trustees shall combine.
The individual results.
Okay. Going back to page 2, it actually says special attorneys, and I wasn't sure if that was y'all's title or not.
It's really called special counsel to the board.
Okay, special counsel to the board.
You want to use that phrase?
I don't,
Can we just say attorneys?
I'm good with that.
Okay.
Just at
Yeah.
page 2, it says special attorneys.
I just wanted to make sure it was consistent. If you want to make it perfectly consistent, we really should do that.
Say special attorneys? Is that what it says on page 2?
Or which number does it say that on?
It says it on number
Trustees, special attorney, only one.
2 is 6 at the bottom.
How about we do that? Instead of what we got there, the trustees, special attorney shall combine the individual results.
Okay.
Okay, so that motion is changed. The motion now says the trustees, special attorney, parenthesis, or just attorney, special attorney,
Because it says attorney previously.
okay, shall
Combine
combine.
the individual results.
Trustees, any other questions before we take a vote on that? Okay, all those in favor of the motion as amended, please raise your hand. Okay, and all those opposed?
The motion passes 6 voting yes and 1 abstaining.
Oh, I raised my hand. I was, okay.
Sorry, raised is what?
I raised my hand.
4?
Yes.
I said yes.
Okay.
I was looking at the academic.
Okay. Trustee Morath,
You just focus on that.
back to the main motion
I'm
as
tripping
amended
out on this.
multiple times now. You still have the,
Call the question.
we can't call the question just yet because we've got something on the table. Yeah.
Motion on the table.
Working out her motion.
So let me just let her know real quick, and then we'll get back to the lid on the table.
Next, we're going to vote on the attorney must wear black and white checked jackets.
Is Dr. Oakley,
Day of the-
is Dr. Oakley here?
If you want to check.
I need to.
All the other changes that you and trustees need to be captured, that you agree on with the Board of Trustees, the other proposed changes in a final document.
So all of these amendments should be assumed to be made to what's posted in
They
SIRE.
don't have
No, but it's
those.
totally different. When we
Right.
initially started on the final document, those changes that you were indicating, that you and Trustee Moran had discussed, like Board of Trustees on the first pages.
That's actually in the document that's posted on SIRE.
Did you post the latest one that she did?
No, it's
Some other changes?
all of these
You just
changes
gave
have
me-
been going against the document on SIRE.
me anything, did you? No, no, we're doing
The original doesn't say that, and I think to make a change, you have to
It's right here.
It
make
does.
a motion.
Which original are you talking about? I'm sorry.
Accept them. They have
Are
been.
you talking about the one from last year?
Yes.
Ah.
So therefore, it's not until you make that motion. But you're changing. Just because you redlined it and put it on SIRE doesn't
Then we
mean it's
have to
accepted by
accept
the rest
it.
of us.
But the,
I know, but
Vote to
the document
accept
that
it.
we're working with is the supporting document on SIRE. We're adopting a new instrument. It's not like we're amending the old instrument. We're just adopting a new instrument. It happens to have most of the same language.
Go to page 1 of 6.
Have you answered the first question? I want to make sure we answer the first question.
Yes.
You answered the first question. Okay. Trustee Foreman had a question from a parliamentary procedure standpoint that the redlined document that we have been discussing from the very beginning is a document that we have been making amendments to. Okay?
The one that was at our table.
The one that was at our table. Trustee Foreman, I believe the spirit of her question is, how can we be making these changes to something that has been redlined when we already have an evaluation system from 2013, 2014? So can we be making all these changes to a redline document if that redline document hasn't been moved as a motion to amend?
my understanding, that's the main motion, and you all are making changes to the document that was passed out. And that we're going through now, so they're incorporating those proposed changes into that document.
What you have, what you guys place at our desk is what's on SIRE, is that correct? And that's what we've been making changes to.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, the main motion is to adopt it.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. That's my understanding of it.
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Jones, we have a motion that's been laid on the table. We're going to bring it back to discussion. Trustee Jones, your motion to amend?
Right, so, I think the issue is very clear that this instrument, this process that we're defining is missing several steps. And those steps are consistent with the law. And that's really what we're trying to reflect, not just talk about that we're compliant based on the things we've defined, but also capture what we haven't defined that we should be doing that's not specified here. And that's my concern. One of the steps we don't take is to actually do the actual appraisal in its entirety and make sure that when we do that, we capture not just what comes from the rubrics, but also the way in which we look at a total performance assessment. And that can include a lot of other areas that may or may not be reflected in the rubric, but need to be incorporated into a performance evaluation. In addition to that, in areas where there's severe deficiency, it is required, and it is actually a best practice both, that the district define for the benefit of the superintendent and also setting its actual responsibilities going forward, what it is that the board expects the superintendent to do. That part of the process, we don't do at all. And that actually concerns me because that's actually the way we handle pretty much everybody else's evaluations, but also as it relates to the superintendent and making sure he's meeting the responsibilities that the board has set forth, that's carried out. So,
Motion to amend?
Attorney Barlow has said that this language may capture it, but I don't want to default to language that just says we're compliant and then come back and find out that the areas that we didn't specify are otherwise omitted. And this is where I want to make sure we get it right.
Trustee Jones, go ahead.
Is there anything in this document, as it's been written and amended, to your knowledge, that is inconsistent with law in any way?
Not to my knowledge.
And the basic point that we have to sort of meet and discuss with the superintendent, there's a sentence in here that says the Board of Trustees shall meet with the superintendent to provide the composite evaluation document and discuss the superintendent's overall evaluation. That sentence, does that strike you as consistent with that goal, even if it's even if we already know it's legally consistent with the law, does that strike you as sort of consistent with that goal?
Yes.
Okay. That was my question. Thank you.
Point of information, a composite evaluation document, that can mean a lot of things. And what we're talking about here is all the ingredients that are supposed to be in that composite evaluation document that haven't been set forth in the current definitions of that have been spelled out by way of this process. So that's what I'm concerned about, and that's really what I'm asking council to address, not just say that anything here may or may not be compliant. I think there's areas that we've omitted that need to be part of this that aren't specified. That's what we're talking about.
Can you please read the specific language and where it needs to go in the document?
Encapsulate, and to start with, TASB puts out information that is best practices that isn't necessarily the law. TEA creates rules, and they're all in the Texas Administrative Code. The legislature has created law as well related to this under the Texas Education Code. And so with that caveat, I believe the motion that I would suggest for Trustees Jones to make is that the evaluation of the superintendent shall comply with TEA rules in the Texas Administrative Code as well as the Texas Education Code as they relate to the evaluation of the superintendent.
Okay, that needs to be, that needs to be where in the document? Trustee Jones, where would you like that placed?
Wherever it's best placed.
Trustee Jones, we need some direction on this. Is it at the end of the...
You can put it at the beginning or the end. I mean, you should put it up front. It should be part of your qualifier. And I think the next thing I would add to that is to the extent anything's in conflict, that it reverts to, that if you have any parts that are in conflict or insufficient, that we make sure we follow all practices and all requirements.
You want that language added to the language?
Well, I'm asking because this doesn't quite get us entirely there. And the concern is that there are a lot of things we're not doing. And I know we may choose not to do them. That's not the issue. I'm saying that we need to make sure that it's included if we should be doing them, and that we're explicit about if we kind of just didn't get one right or didn't specify everything, that we default to that standard and make sure that we add those other pieces. And that also includes best practices. I don't think you can separate the two.
This is approaching, hold on for just a second, because this is approaching a dilatory amendment. And in that sense, we're sitting here pushing a conversation without particular language. If that's a particular language that we're going to go with, if there's no direction, then that language needs to go particularly at the beginning of this document before it says general information.
Maybe there's a...
You say steps of the superintendent evaluation process.
Great.
Put it right there, right before there.
Right before there. Okay. All right. Is there a second to the motion?
Tim, again, where are we talking about putting it?
Right, was they steps of the superintendent evaluation process? Page 1 of 6.
And we're talking about adding another paragraph?
Yes.
What's the paragraph going to say?
Read it for me, Ben.
The evaluation of the superintendent shall comply with TEA rules and the Texas Administrative Code as well as the Texas Education Code as they relate to the evaluation of the superintendent.
That goes directly under steps of the superintendent evaluation process before number 1. Prior to it. Okay.
And should apply to all, and should define the steps in the process that...
Is that a change to the amendment, or is this just...
No, I'm trying to clarify, because right now it's broad and vague.
She's adding a language after.
But I'm trying to specify...
No, that's the reason I'm asking the point of order.
So she's in order.
Okay.
Yes.
So the point is to make sure if we didn't, if we missed a step, an important step, that it not be just forgotten, but rather we're able to incorporate it, and that's what I'm concerned about in this. So as it relates to the steps, I've defined that there's steps that we're not taking, that we should be, that aren't spelled out here, so...
So is that specific language that you want added to what Ben just...
Well, I just want to make sure we're talking about making sure that this board doesn't shortchange its process in any form from what it is legally and otherwise required to carry out as a body.
I think that's captured in that language.
It is, and I just want to make clear that this, which TASB puts out, which is a President's Guide to Facilitating Superintendent Evaluations, has some best practices in here that not every district uses. And so what I'm trying to say is you've got to comply with the law. TEA puts out administrative rules. The legislature puts out Texas Education Code. That's what you're required to comply with. Now, you may want to adopt some of these things in here, but if it's not required by the law, you don't have to.
I understand that. And you know, to me, there's a combination of issues at stake here. One is the law is one thing, but best practices set a standard. So it's making sure you're at the highest standard of what it is you're doing and that you're not omitting an important step or part of a process that's otherwise intended to be done. That we just decide, oh, we're going to not do that. And if that's not a best practice or meets a high standard, then that's the issue. So I'm just wanting to make sure that the two things go together and that we're very clear about that.
Is there a second to the motion? Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Trustee Nettle. Okay, trustees, any questions or discussion? Okay. All those in favor of the motion as amended, please read it, Attorney Barlow.
The evaluation of the superintendent shall comply with TEA rules in the Texas Administrative Code as well as the Texas Education Code as they relate to the evaluation of the superintendent.
All those in favor of the motion? All those in favor?
May I make a point of information?
No. Hold on.
It's a point of information to
Yes,
the
ma'am.
attorneys. Thank you. So, at this point, it's just strictly compliance. It has nothing to do with incorporating best practices, which are part of where the compliance comes into play, how we look at standards. So you're just saying we should ignore the standards part or the compliant and just say it's a default that we're just
I think if you want to incorporate best practices that are suggested by TASB or any other entity, you need to address those specific best practices that you want to have in your evaluation, not just to globally say every best practice in that TASB says is we're going to adopt.
I appreciate that, and I spoke very specifically at the beginning of this to a part of a process that we're not doing that is addressed in the standards that TASB lays out as a best practice. That was what I started this conversation focused on and wanting to make sure that this reflects. So I did make it a very specific question.
The motion is as amended, has a second. It's been read. We understand the concern as a board. We now ready to take a vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed.
The motion fails. 2 voting yes and 6. 4.
3. Raise your hand if you voted no, please.
No. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 voting no. 2 voting yes and 4 voting no.
Call the question.
We're at the main motion as amended. The question's been called. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Bingham. All those in favor of calling the question and ending debate, please raise your hand. All those opposed? Okay. Motion passes 4 voting yes and 3 abstentions. We're now to the main motion as amended.
Don't you need 2/3 point of information?
There are 3 abstentions. Nobody voted. So
Right, it's fine.
based on abstentions and 4 voting yes, the debate is ended, and now we're to the main motion as amended. Gotcha. So the main motion as amended is the redlined document, as well as the motions that the amendments. One of those amendments, 7 voted yes, 2 voted no. That was the first amendment to change the language from, go ahead and read them to us, Euban.
Okay, on page 2 of 6, the first motion was to amend language that says the Board of Trustees shall then meet to combine and tabulate the overall parts A and B scores and prepare a composition evaluation document, including comments from individual board members in Part B. That language was deleted in its entirety.
That's one amendment.
That was one amendment.
The next amendment was one that Trustee Foreman was able to pass.
That was by Trustee Morat. The second motion by Trustee Morat on page 1 second. Okay,
Let's just go to page 4. What changes on page 4?
Okay, we'll just go by page. On page 4 or 6, categories for rating, exemplary 2 was changed to exemplary. Exemplary 1 was changed to exceed, and that's a global change throughout the entire document. In regards to page 4 or 6 by Trustee Jones. Okay. Okay, that was not passed. Okay. And then the other was on page.
Special attorney language.
4-6, paragraph 3. The boards of trustees, special attorneys in parentheses, shall meet to combine the individual results. And that is also reflected on that was the only change on that page.
Those are all the changes.
Those are all the changes, yes.
Got that, Trustee Noto?
I asked for
I just
an
wanna make sure you get
off-the-wall question.
Oh, I'm fine. Yeah, they still go.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion as amended. This is the main motion as amended. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed?
The motion passes 4 voting yes and 2 abstaining.
All right, we are now on to agenda item number 5, consider and take possible action to approve the 2014-2015 Part A Superintendent Academic Achievement Evaluation and Incentive Schedule. Trustees, do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Bingham, seconded by Trustee Blackburn. Dr. Blackburn, if you wouldn't mind taking us through
We're on Part A.
Part A. Yes, sir.
I'm going to allow my colleague, Moret, to talk about this one, but I will wing it. So if you look at Part A,
Just to make sure we're all on the same page.
and you'll see that there are some language that we add in where it says board, I said of trustees, and change the year and so forth. And you'll see some of the cut scores have changed throughout. And as we've already talked about, changing the ratings from exemplary 1 to exceeds and then commendable 2 from exemplary 2. But basically throughout, Trustee Moret has recommended changing some of the criteria to meet some of the current data. So Trustee Moret, I'll let you take over as far as explaining the numbers.
I can. Can I start by making a global amendment to substitute exceeds for exemplary 1 and exemplary for exemplary 2?
I thought that took care of all this also.
I thought so too.
Oh, did that apply to everything? Oh, okay. Well, then,
Okay.
so, yeah, as was described in the process document, you have certain sort of goal statements, and the goal statements guide the setting of cut points in here. There was a detailed methodology notes document attached to SIRE that explains on an item-by-item basis how those things were set. So, for example, star items 1 through 8, excluding the Spanish items, the methodology starts by setting proficient baseline. In order to achieve proficient, the district must gain academically at no less than the same rate as the state compared with last year's scores. Any gains less than the state will cause a drop to progressing. This is the same standard as 2013-2014. So just to rephrase that a different way by looking at the actual data. If you see item number 1, which is 3rd grade reading English star scores, proficient, the bottom range of proficient 1376, that was basically this year's scale score for the district, 1376. And so if the district falls at all to 1375, it is no longer proficient, and it would have to rise to 1382 in order for it to reach the exceeds category. However, as described, it says, in order to achieve proficient, district must gain academically at no less than the same rate as the state. And so this is where you factor in the state's performance as well. So if the state increases its performance or decreases its performance, then that adjusts these baselines because, again, the entire driving force behind all of these cut points was to reach the state average with the exemplary level of performance. And so as the state bumps up or down, these ranges bump up or down accordingly. So that the star items 1 through 8, excluding Spanish, work that way. Items 2 and 4 are Spanish. The proficient cut points are set the same as they are with the English, but because the district already exceeds the state average for Spanish, we use a slightly different methodology there, and basically it's just the same rate of growth as in English must occur in Spanish. That takes us to the achievement gap, level 9, I'm sorry, item number 9. And so the achievement gap, and again, all of the categories are the same as they have been for the last 2 years. All of the calculation methodologies are the same as they have been for the last 2 years. All we're talking about here is the cut points. And so the achievement gap, the proficient is basically a baseline consistent with 2 years ago. That's different than star, and that's because in the most recent year we declined in performance. And so in order to reach proficient, I put a number in here that basically said the board is not happy with the fact that there was a performance decline in this area in the last year. In order to reach proficiency, you have to be at least as good as you were 2 years ago. That's a slight deviation just because of the performance decline. The goal there is to reach the state average achievement gap in 3 years in this particular case, and so that's how the point ranges have been set. Advanced placement percentage, again, this is a little bit different because the district's average performance already meets or exceeds the state average, or the district's performance in this particular metric. And so we have a minimum proficiency is set sort of equal to the average over the last several years, and the and growth rate in order to exceed proficiency to be consistent with the rate of growth that has happened over an average of the last 4 years. This similar methodology is used for SAT and ACT. A similar methodology is used for attendance rate. And the graduation rate methodology actually was left exactly the same as it was for last year, with the exception that since we're getting closer and closer to 100, the ranges have been tightened slightly. So that's the methodology description there. I think the most material change to it is on the dollar value thresholds. So it used to be that the dollar value thresholds that we had did not provide any financial reward at the beginning of the exceeds level, and so to make it consistent with what we do with Exhibit B, which does provide financial incentive at the beginning of exceeds, that financial bar was set as a frame of reference. Well, no, I can't get into that in this meeting. So that's it. Those are the changes.
I have a question.
Trustee Nettle?
Attorney Hoskins, attorneys, can you please get me the cut scores for the last 3 years? We need to get that from Dr. Oakley. The cut score, 2011, 2012, and then the cut score. I want to see that in comparison. On this methodology that was up online, you said on items 2 and 4, the district's current performance already exceeds the state average. What is the district's current performance on 2 and 4? 2 was 3rd grade reading Spanish star, and I guess 4 is 4th grade writing Spanish star.
Right. So you'll notice, because proficiency is the baseline of the state average, so it kind of makes this easy to figure out. If you look at item number 2 on page 1, in the paragraph before the language starts, you see what the state average is. And so the state average is 1368.
Like you said, the district current performance already exceeds the state average.
I'm trying to explain how I got that conclusion.
I guess we can't talk about this in public, but I looked at the data and we didn't
That's not the state average. That's our internal cut points.
Well, it says the average scale score for all students given the STAR Spanish test ranges below will be adjusted upward or downward by the same number of points. The 2013-24 state average scale score is above or below 13.7, which was the 2012-2013 average.
So to kind of explain by walking you through a couple of numbers, so pull up this document, the first page of this document.
What I'm looking at.
I know. Just trust me. In order for me to answer your question, you're gonna have to look at this document. So, this number right here is 1368. That is the state's average. You'll notice that state average number is listed on that same form that you're looking at, the far right.
Which 2014, 1368.
And then you'll see the district's performance, because proficient baseline is 1370. That's the district's performance the same year. You can see the district's performance on that number, 1370, on that same form you're looking at. So 1370 is above 1368. 1368 is the state's average. The district is currently above the state average. That's where that comes from. Same thing for item number 4.
So we're lowering the bar on this because when I look, last year you said that the state, we outperformed. This doesn't see, we exceeds, it was 1370, 1368, so a couple points, but we still, our third grade reading Spanish STAR, we didn't do well in that area.
Yeah, I understand the actual performance on the instrument. What this though is just to set the cut points, and because the methodology that we use for English, because our English scores are so far below the state average, it's based around that aspirational goal of us reaching the state's average. Well, that's not appropriate for Spanish because the district already outperforms the state average on the Spanish STAR test.
We don't outperform the state that much. I mean, we don't outperform the state. We're at 1370, it's 1368. But I'm just trying to figure out, and when I look at achievement gap, we didn't do very well on our achievement gap. And so I'm looking at the cut scores, and I guess it would be great if I had how the cut scores are changing. I do know they're going to add modify, and all students would be tested this year. So I'm just trying to figure out what we're trying to do with this instrument, because exemplary 1 and exemplary 2, when I compare it to last year, why are we changing the numbers, and how far off is the cut scores changing?
So the explanation for that again is in that methodology notes document. To achieve the exemplary 2 level, which is now just exemplary, the district's growth rate must be such that we would reach the overall state average, even though the state has far less poverty, in 4 years for elementary, allowing for a current pre-K student to reach 3rd grade, or 8 years for middle school, allowing for that same child to reach 7th grade.
I understand.
And that is a change to last year's standard. And I don't have last year's standard in front of me, but the same methodology notes document was attached to SIRE when we did this document last year.
Hoskins, you would get that standard, because we need to, I guess, know the standard we're working from to understand this standard that we're going. So all board members can see that and understand that comparison of cut scores and how. I guess when I look at achievement gap, you say maintain proficient consistent with baseline of 2 years ago, which was better than last year's performance, meaning gains would need to bring us back up to the level just to be proficient. So we're only striving to be proficient because last year we were proficient in achievement gap. And this year we are not proficient in achievement gap. So what are we trying to accomplish?
I don't think we are allowed in open session to get into those specific details. What I can tell you is that in order to maintain proficiency, the gains have to be fairly substantial year over year in the area of the achievement gap. That's what's explained in the methodology notes.
I see. I'm just trying to understand, because exemplary 1 and exemplary 2 again is flawless, and so I'm just that exemplary 1. So but we changed all that, correct?
I'm changing.
You're changing that, so that's going to be changed. We're not going to have a needs improvement anymore.
It's be progressing.
I was just looking at the methodology and comparing it to the last 2 years' data and the scoring.
Trustee Foreman?
To a point of information, I just heard, well, I got a couple of questions, but Trustee Moraff said specifically on the achievement gap that we went backwards. But when I look at what we're doing, and I think I heard you say, to be able to get what we want, we've got to make gains year over year. Is that what I heard? Year over year? Did you say that we've
To
got,
achieve proficiency
we got to make gains?
next year, in the current academic year, our achievement gap levels have to narrow to what they were 2 years ago, which was a better level than it was this most recent year.
I thought I heard you say year over year, so maybe I just
I
misunderstood.
may have misspoken. I apologize.
But when I look at the change, which is number 9, you actually dropped unsatisfactory. Raised unsatisfactory to 32.4%.
Yes, ma'am. I can explain at least the logic. We can change the numbers, obviously, but I'm sorry, I didn't want to speak out of turn.
And I'll just finish and then I'll let you speak. This is an area that has been of severe concern to me and others. And I have no interest in not holding the superintendent's feet to the fire. So I have no interest in lowering the bar for the superintendent, specifically in this area, because this is one of the areas that we dance around like there's hot coals up under our feet and don't want to address. So I have no interest, absolutely no interest in lowering the bar in this particular area. So if you want to try to explain your methodology.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think on its face, your conclusion is accurate. But let me explain at least the methodology, and then if we want to amend this, we can. The ranges for proficiency up to the new exemplary, proficiency down to down to unsatisfactory, are identical for each of the score ranges. And what I mean by that is you'll look 30 to 31.1 is 1.1, and then 29.9, which is the exceeds rating, down to 28.8, also 1.1, and exemplary 28.7, which is the next and below. Well, of course you're now out of the 1.1, but it's the ranges plus and minus are identical at 1.1, and that 1.1 point spread was calculated to what would it take for us to get to the state average achievement gap in knowing that our gap is bigger than the state's in 3 years for the district as a whole. Now the state average achievement gap ain't nothing to sneeze at either. It's not particularly good, but it was just, again, that's the logic and or at least the methodology reasoning, and so that's just how the math works out. And I'll tell you that my purpose for calculating this was not to make this standard weaker. It was to set something that I thought was in some way, in the realm of possibility. And so meeting the state average performance in 3 years in this area would, I think, be cause for celebration, although we have much more to do after that. And elsewhere, we're talking about a 4 or a 7 year standard for meeting the state average. And so this is basically the highest state average kind of standard that we have throughout the document. But if it's not high enough for us, we can make it higher. It's just again, I wanted to have something that was not outside the realm of reality. That's really all I wanted.
Well, for me, it's not high enough because we're not looking at a 3-year increment with this document. We're looking at a 1 year. This is year to year. This is not about 3 years. And the only way that things will change is that there are high standards set. We should not be lowering the bar. We should be. You guys always talk about raising the bar for the teachers. That's a consistency from you. Raising the bar for the principals. That's consistent from you. I don't necessarily disagree with that. But I do disagree that we lower the bar for the superintendent, and particularly on this specific area. So what I would like to do is make a motion that we revert back to the calculations that we had under number 9 for the achievement gap to what we had last year.
Second.
Okay. It's a motion to amend by Trustee Foreman and seconded by Trustee Nuttall. And I think it's pretty clear what the motion is. So, questions? Chris?
Just working through mathematics, you'll have to bear with me.
Dr. Blackburn.
Any questions?
You mad.
Okay.
I count money.
Trustee Morath, we'll wait for you to figure that out.
We're gonna figure out how to get some air conditioning here.
It is a little toasty, isn't it?
Feels good to
Yeah,
me.
it's you guys. It's you
Feels good to
guys.
the girls.
Fine.
Ladies, does it feel good?
It feels good.
You're outvoted on that one.
Take it off.
Trustees, just to make sure you understand where we are, there is a motion to amend Part A. It's number 9, the achievement gap. Trustee Foreman has made a motion to revert back to last year's evaluation tool as the particular cut points as it relates to number 9, the achievement gap. It's been moved by Trustee Foreman and seconded by Trustee Nuttall. Trustee Morath, about to explain.
I want to point out some stuff and see if you're willing to accept perhaps some changes to this. Turn your attention just for a second to exceeds. 29.9 to 28.8 is the language that was originally proposed. Your motion changes that to 30.7 to 31.2. Smaller is better in this particular metric, which means the reversion in this case makes it a heck of a lot easier to achieve exceeds than the language that I had originally proposed. Well, the reverted numbers are substantially higher than the numbers that were there in the first place. There was a lot of method to my madness on this particular number to try to set it to an extremely high goal.
One of the problems that I have, if you go back and look at proficient, where we land up most of the time, you do have lower. So
I'm sorry, one more time.
If you go back and look at proficient for this year, you got 30.0 to 31.1,
Yes, ma'am.
correct?
Yes, and the actual occurrence, that data point, the baseline data point is 32.2. So if we do the same as we did this year, next year,
It's still being the same area.
we would be unsatisfactory.
We are unsatisfactory. Right. So that's what I'm talking about, lowering the bar.
Okay. Just wanted to point that out to make sure trustees were comfortable with this change.
Hold on before we go too far. If we are trying to close the gap, and if we, well, I'm just looking at last year's, we had 32. And if we stayed the same, it would still be unsatisfactory. But if the gap was 25, it would be a commendable rating. So the larger the number, is the wider the gap.
Smaller is better, for sure.
Yeah, it is.
I think if I might suggest an alternative to Trustee Foreman, it is that rather than reverting back to all of the numbers from the year before, we just change the unsatisfactory point to the and with it we would have to change progressing to that point that was there before, the bottom baseline there.
32.0. That was the baseline.
Yeah, so unsatisfactory would be above 32.0, and then progressing would be a top end of 32.3, which is would be a bottom end of 31.2, staying the same, and then a top end of 31.9. So that's a narrower band. The progressing becomes a narrower band than what we use on the exceeds and exemplary.
So you're saying unsatisfactory is 32.0, and then you start the progression at 32.1?
So I'm sorry, 32.0. It's 30. It would be 32.0. I got to make sure I read this right. So unsatisfactory reverts to above 32.0, and progressing is
32.0 to 31.7.
Yeah.
So, but that's 32, 30, so 31, 32, so 2 points. Why can we make these all zeros, like 31.0 to 32 point?
Oh, yeah, it can actually, it needs to be 32.0, yeah, above 30, yeah, you're right, 31.9, thank you.
Okay, before we go down that path, sure,
Right.
we're talking right now about just reverting back to the last year's
Friendly amendment.
tool. So
This
unless there's a
is
motion
just,
to
this is
amend,
a possible, if she's willing to take it, great, if not, I'll drop it.
Still waiting to hear whatever
Well,
you can say.
just have the floor.
It's still one of those cases where the smaller the number, the better. Now, last year we had 32 as our cut score for unsatisfactory. 32% gap. We're widening it now to 32.4.
Yeah,
Makes it a little bit
easier.
harder to get beyond satisfactory. And if you look at the far end, if you look at the commendable area, last year we had 30.3 as the commendable, or in this case, it's going to be exemplary. And now we're saying we want that gap to be shorter or smaller at 28.7. So I think we're defeating our purpose when we say we want it to be tougher. These cuts are tougher than what we had before.
As a point of information, you're exactly right. I've been wrong this whole time, but yes, the amendment, I think Trustee Foreman's amendment makes this a substantially weaker standard than what was proposed.
Maybe your point of information is to Trustee Blackburn.
Yes, yes.
I'm just saying, if we go back to the numbers we had before, it makes it weaker. It makes it easier for us to say we're doing well, but I mean, it may look good in some cases, but the proposed cut rates actually make it tougher. And I think we want to make it tougher, hoping that the superintendent and administration is going to work harder.
Okay, any other questions on Trustee Foreman's motion to amend? Okay, Trustee Jones?
Yeah, I'm kind of concerned. I mean, it's an interesting debate, and I think that's part of the challenge is this board has not had any time to go over this specific proposal. I mean, this was recently given or posted. It wasn't even redlined, so it was a bit of a nightmare to try to get through. This board has had almost no time to do any kind of evaluation about the levels that we're talking about here and how we're calibrating against the different areas. I do think in this area, achievement gap, since it has been an area of importance to this district, and it is something we would prioritize as one of the critical areas that gets addressed by leadership, that we make sure that we make the thresholds consistent with the expectation. And that's the part I'm not getting. So I can appreciate we're trying to compare things, and I can do the math, but that's not what's at stake here. What's at stake here is what's the target and why. And what does that represent in terms of growth year over year, or our ability to really get at the heart of closing the achievement gap? So that's, for me, part of the challenge of looking at any of these numbers. I appreciate that we're trying to raise the standard and look at the fact that we've been on a 2-year run, and this will be year 3, that it reflects making sure that we're not, you know, if you've had a decline or you haven't hit the target, that we haven't still made it too low a bar relative to what our goals are as a district and what performance levels we should be seeing for this critical area. So it would be helpful if somebody would at least go through what these levels represent in terms of the relationship to the performance.
don't know if you want me to do that. I mean,
Well, the other challenge, yeah, I mean, it's a point of information, but it's also sort of a question. This has been validated by no one. It's been a nice, approach in the sense that, we're trying to put metrics of consequence, but nobody externally has validated any of this, nor has any analysis been done. And frankly, I'm uncomfortable in general, looking at trying to calibrate against what I don't even know what the standard should be.
Okay. Trustees, any more questions on
Well,
Trustee Foreman's?
that was a question. I'm asking, who else has looked at this? Who else has validated this? Who else has qualified this?
Well, let me try to attempt to answer that question. The numbers that you see here are numbers based on my interpretation of what we're talking about today, that are numbers that have been proposed from Trustee Morath and Trustee Blackburn. The numbers before that were numbers that were adopted by the Board of Trustees. We've had a year to look at these numbers that were in the 2013-2014 evaluation tool, and we've got new numbers. We have a duty as the Board of Trustees to be prepared to come to these particular meetings when we go to vote. To throw out this term on a consistent basis, this comment on a consistent basis in this meeting in particular, but I've heard it before, that trustees haven't had the time to look at this information, that trustees haven't had the time to propose amendments to this information, haven't had the time to understand this tool. I've heard it multiple times, but I'm going to make sure that I say my piece on the record. That is an easy way to say, I don't agree with this. But where are the other ideas? We've had a year to look at an evaluation tool, and we have ideas. There are ideas here. We have an opportunity to debate those ideas. We're debating those now. We have a motion to amend presented by Trustee Foreman, and we can debate that as well. But to sit here and to continuously say we don't know this information, or where do these numbers come from, what particular entity do we need to run these numbers by in order to check to make sure that these numbers in particular make sense to us. We've had the time to do that. That's our role as a trustee. It comes with the role when we take the role. These are numbers that Trustee Morath has proposed, Trustee Blackburn has proposed. Right now, we're not talking about those numbers. We're talking about new numbers, numbers that Trustee Foreman is proposing. So, Trustee Foreman, this is your motion. If you can provide any more explanation to this particular motion before we take a vote on this.
Point of information.
Yes, ma'am.
From Trustee Morath. Trustee Morath, you said that you did this based on 2 years ago, where we were 2 years ago in terms of the achievement gap. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Where were we last year? We were at 32.2. So, if we were at 32.2 last year, and unsatisfactory is only 32.4, then we're probably going to be in progressing. That's what we would think, right? Or proficient.
If there was no change, we would end up with progressing.
That's where I have a problem, because those numbers are based on 2 years ago. And so that actually means that we're not progressing. Because if we revert back to 2 years ago, that's a problem for me. That's what I need to know.
Point of information
To Trustee Foreman?
to the floor.
Trustee Foreman.
Well, to Trustee, well, but Trustee Morath seems to be controlling this conversation about how this rubric or these particular numbers were derived. When actually were these specific numbers given to the board? I can appreciate what you just said, but one of the things I do take umbrage with is the numbers matter. The specific way this is calibrated matters. You can't just pull that out of whole cloth. You have to have a perspective about what the numbers represent. So I'm asking, when were these numbers given to us? And I think the answer was in the last week.
Any other questions to Trustee Foreman?
And point of information, who else has evaluated these calibrations?
Trustee Foreman, can you answer that question?
No, this is actually to the
Trustee
creator
Jones,
of the
we're on
document.
we're on a motion to amend.
I'm asking the
motion
chair,
at large.
I'm asking the chair
And I'm
a
making
point
the
of
ruling.
information.
And I'm making the ruling on the point of information. Point of information should be directed to Trustee Foreman. She has no answers to the particular question because the particular question doesn't pertain to the motion as amended. This is Trustee Foreman's motion as amended. Trustees, all those in favor of the motion as amended by Trustee Foreman to revert back to the numbers that were used in 2013, 2014 for the superintendent's evaluation, please raise your hand. All those opposed?
Motion fails, 2 voting yes and 6 voting no.
We're back to the main motion. Trustee Foreman, you still have the floor.
I didn't vote.
She didn't vote. Jones didn't vote.
I didn't vote.
It's 5.
5 voting no and 1 abstaining.
Yes.
2 voting yes, 5 voting no and 1 abstaining.
Trustee Foreman?
I'm disappointed once again in this board, but I continue to be disappointed. I think I'd like to move to the achievement incentive ratings.
7 of 8 on the red line.
H. On the red line or you on the?
I'm on the draft copy.
7 to 8.
Yeah, if you're looking at the actual draft, it's just the last page.
Performance rating tally.
Achievement incentive rating.
Yeah, what they do it here. This way downtown. One of the things that caught my eye first and foremost is that the total point changed, particularly in the and from 51 to 57, the first scoring in that area went up from 15,000 to 20,000. And then 58 to 65 went up an additional $20,000. And then 66 to 72 went up an additional $10,000. And then 73 to 80 went up an additional $5,000.
Oh, this is what you're proposing?
No, that's what I'm looking at from last year. Did I look at it wrong?
I had 25, 50, 75 and only 3 levels, and we went to
40, 60, and 80. Is that incorrect?
those are what's proposed as the new levels. It's really confusing in the red line document, if I can.
It's not confusing to me. I'm looking right at it. So this is what's proposed, I would assume.
I just want to make sure, we've been working for this from this red line document, and that's the document that is posted based on the main motion that we're voting on. So we're going to operate from the red line document. So if there's anything,
I got a lot of
Point of
documents. and
information,
please
there's a
don't- Please
calibration
do not do that to me.
disconnect
No,
here.
I'm not taking that.
Total points are not the
Coming.
same, and the categorical amounts don't match if you look at the related document. And that was another error that wasn't specifically redlined.
I have all these documents up here.
There's a problem with the way in which this was done.
So what are we looking at, which document?
The red line.
hold on one
The
second.
red line document, point of information, the red line document is not redlined in all of the changes that were made. And if you compare the two documents, there's a major disconnect in terms of the points and how they're calibrated and what is associated with what, which is also not able to be determined. So the total points ranges changed, and the amounts that are equated with that can't be seen clearly in terms of what aligns. So those would be the two things that need to be addressed.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I'm out.
We started at 15,000 last year, and it starts at 25,000, so.
And your ranges also, your total point ranges are not the same, and it wasn't redlined as it was changed.
So the amendments,
So Trustee Foreman, you still have the floor. What I'm attempting to do is I want to make sure that we all, as a board, know exactly when we come to a consensus on this. Trustee Foreman, what I'm trying to do is that we are all operating from the same document. So if Trustee Foreman has questions,
Very same numbers
I agree.
just gave you on this document.
That's the point I'm trying to make, Trustee Foreman, is that you have
Same numbers,
completely the same.
completely the same.
That either Dr. Blackburn or I had.
This is the original copy that was given to me.
This evaluation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that we're working on the red line document, but Trustee Foreman has a different document. So I want to make sure that the document that she's working from is the same document.
Says a draft document.
You're looking at the non-red line draft?
She's looking at, yeah, she has the non-red line draft. She has the final
The red line
numbers.
starts at 20,000.
It's the same.
Even the red line starts at 25,000.
That's the
Problem.
proposed language, and then what's
No.
taken out is 2550. Proposed language is 20, 40, 80.
I understand that, but it has 25,000 scratched through. It has 50,000. Last year's document started at 15,000. So we didn't even have the 15,000. We're starting this year at 20,000 is what Trustee Foreman's talking about. Last year was 15,000 starting point. It was 15, 25, 50, 75. This year, they have 25, 50, 75, but they're starting at 20.
Okay, let me explain that.
please.
This is Part A. The numbers were different. Part B started at 15,000.
I'm looking at last year's document right here. It says Part A, and it has on the back of it.
I think now someone asked for a red line, and I agree that we need a red line, so I tried to develop a red line. So if there's an error in where the red line is, I'll take the blame for that.
Okay.
To move forward, let's make a motion for the change.
Yeah, I'm looking at the one master copy we received.
That's what I'm trying to say, is that I want to make sure that if the red line document is the one that we're operating from, that Trustee Foreman, if there's a difference between what the document that you're looking at and the red line document, we need to make sure the red line document.
There's not a difference.
Okay, so
What I continue to say.
please continue.
Not a difference.
All right.
Okay, people. Not a difference. And my concern was that the incentive has gone up in each one of those areas that I tried to say earlier. We started out with 15,000. We went up to 20. Then the second wave, we went up to 40,000, which was an additional $20,000. Then we went up to 60,000, which was an additional 10,000, and now 80,000, which was an additional 5,000 from last year. Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to understand the rationale from either Trustee Blackburn or Trustee Morath, why they believe the incentive should be going up.
Michael, let me speak to this. One, I think Trustee Blackburn and I were both working from an incorrect document when we started this. And the document that we were working at had only 3 levels defined. The first $15,000 item in the document that we had was 0. And so we didn't have the actual properly board approved document when we went from that. And I think that then affected the thinking that said, well, it seems inappropriate that you have to start with 0, so let's start with a valid amount. And then we just chose an even distribution of the dollar values, so 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, since there were four levels. So we could also revert this back and leave it exactly as it was last year, because I'm not sure that I would have made any change if I had realized that it was at 15 rather than 0. But I will say that it does seem to make more sense to have sort of the equivalent dollar values for the 20, 40, 60, 80 to get to the 100, which is the exemplary dollar value. So I don't know if I answered your question. I tried to.
Yeah, and there was no rationale, is what I heard. So what I'd like to do, if Trustee Blackburn doesn't have anything to say, I want to make a motion.
Yes, ma'am.
Trustee Blackburn?
No.
Okay. I'd like to move that we revert back to the incentive that we used last year, 15, 25, 50, and 75, 100, and 125.
Okay.
Or can you repeat the motion?
I'd like to I move that we revert back to the incentives that we had last year. And if you want me to say it all, unsatisfactory, 0. Needs improvement, 0. Proficient, 0. 15,000, 25,000, 50, 75, 100, 125.
Okay. It's been moved by Trustee Foreman and seconded by Trustee Nuttall. Trustees, any questions for Trustee Foreman?
Actually, a question to the floor. What does that equate to points-wise, just so we're all clear?
Well, inside the document says 51 to 58 is the 15, and then 59 to 65 is the 25, 66 to 73 is the 50, and 74 to 80 is the 75.
Which is not the same.
See, that's what I was saying. Is that these numbers on the total points on this gray document are one off than on the red line document.
Well, but the point is, if there's going to be a motion and there's going to be an incentive tied to a range, those things should be clear as far as what we're talking about. And right now, those are in conflict.
Yep.
I had no problem with the slight change in the range because it was like 1 point change. So I didn't have a problem with that. That's why I didn't move that the range was also included.
But I just want to make sure that we are all, as a board, on the same page, that the red line document says 51 through 58, that this gray document says 51 through 57. We're not at that point right now. We are operating from the red line document. Trustee Foreman's motion is to revert back the incentive to what it was in 2013, 2014. Any other questions? Hearing no questions, trustees. All those in favor of Trustee Foreman's motion to revert back to last year's 2013-2014 incentive schedule, please raise your hands. Okay. All those opposed?
Motion passes, 5 voting yes and 3 voting no.
Okay. Hold on 1 second before we go there. Okay. So the motion now is back to the main motion. The incentive schedule is back to what the incentive schedule used to be in 2013, 2014. Trustees Blackburn, Nuttall, and Foreman have spoken on the motion. Now it's a motion as amended. Trustee Bingham?
I just had a point of information because when Joyce was talking about the commendable, that does mean like commendable is now exceeds is now exemplary. That language changes throughout. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I'm on the document. Okay.
Trustee Jones?
Yeah, so a couple of things. First, to the attorney, since this is pretty much straight up, in other words, anybody could look at these numbers and calculate the result. Why aren't we publishing the result for each year? But this, can we start with, I mean, this is data. This is all calibrated based on published data. And the ranges are defined ranges in terms of numbers. So what's the secret as far as being able to put that information out there or even talk about performance for each year?
Well, I think there's a difference. The information itself obviously is public, the statistics, the data, but when you're using that data in an evaluation of the superintendent's evaluation, that evaluation document itself is confidential under law, under the Texas Education Code. So you wouldn't want to talk about it in conjunction with anything evaluative of him. You could talk in general about statistics.
So we could publish the results. I mean, there are defined categories here, and the numbers are, I mean, this is all about calculations. We just talked about that on process. This is a straight up calculated deal.
I mean, numbers, the public numbers are public numbers. You can publish those. The instrument itself, without any evaluation in it, is a public document as well. But once you evaluate him and put information in there that evaluates him, that document then becomes confidential.
Yeah, but the evaluation itself can be figured out pretty quickly. I mean,
A point of information. We could put together a one-page document that had all the actual scores this year, last year, for the last 5 years, and post that on the website, and we'd be fine. It's if we take those scores and actually put it in this template, then we run into a problem. Is that right? Correct. Okay. That accomplishes, I think, what Trustee Jones and I would be in complete support of that. I think it's a good idea for us to do.
Well, this is a part where performance is performance. And the way this has been designed is there's really no evaluation except for the way it's been calibrated and also how you define that in terms of points, which come up to a score of a rating. So those steps are, pretty easily figured out. So I just wanted to clear that up, that we should be publishing for each year results as it related to what the scores were. Okay.
She still has the floor.
Is it related to what I was just... Okay. I'm just trying to clarify. Second thing is, no one externally has assessed any of this relative to performance targets or where this is benchmarked or anything like that, right? I mean, these are just arbitrary numbers to say this is proficient and we'll put it in this range and assign these values. That's something that's sort of in our discretion, but I'm wondering, what is the standard here? What is the... Who on the outside has evaluated this?
You want me to answer from my take?
Well, you've
asked this question before, and
yeah, and it's a question of real consequence because we've got trustees who sort of throw out numbers without context, without a relevant scale that one can look at and say, yeah, that's proficient relative to where we were and where we're trying to go and what's part of our overall strategy to get there.
I've answered that question.
Can I just address this? This has been said about 6 times during this board meeting, and there is a detailed methodology description that talks about all the targets and the ranges.
Yeah, I understand the methodology description, and excuse me, I have the floor.
No, but you've asked the question.
Well, I've asked the question as it relates to what external entity. I'm not talking about what, one person decides is sort of the way they want to see it, and I've read that. I'm asking for external validation for any of this, or any analytic that goes back to our performance over time. Where has any of that data been given to the board or otherwise been put into our hands so we can understand and assess this in some frame of reference that makes sense? I can appreciate the methodology is there, but it's without context and it's without external validation. So I'm just trying to understand. As a trustee trying to do their job, I think that's a very valid and important question to have answered. And if the answer is no one, then I would like that said, as opposed to just strictly saying that everything that's here got calculated based on some formulaic approach, which will assign numbers and then we'll assign values to those numbers. Because the other issue is certain things are weighted differently than others, which technically should track back to a strategy that right now I don't see where that relationship has been aligned.
As a point of information, the weighting document was published when we adopted this document initially 2 years ago. All of the weighting methodology was discussed in detail in that document.
That's not the question, because the weighting document, in terms of why now we're changing the ranges. So you can't just say arbitrarily commendable is 10. It's how the range relates to that value and how we've placed an emphasis on that value for this year, for this period, in terms of where our priorities are and areas that we have been tracking over time that are either improving or not, and for which we're setting targets for this district to be able to meet. And that's the part that isn't discussed, but I do think needs to be said. As a trustee who takes the responsibility very seriously and who's analyzed some of this, it's without any kind of context, and therefore anytime you throw numbers out, you got to understand the relationship between the numbers and how you're using that for a performance assessment. So that's been the question, which is not the same thing, I think, President Solis, as you were alluding to a while ago about what's being asked for. So I just want to be clear. So as we look at this, so the actual, just so we're also clear, it does add up to 100. And that matches the total point scale and the related incentives. So then the other question was, on the calibration, which are we looking at as far as the range of points? We've just gone back to the incentive of previous period, but I'm still confused as far as what the ranges are supposed to be, because the document I have, the original versus the draft, are not consistent.
Okay. Can you answer that question? And then Trustee Foreman has the floor. Can you answer it? Would you like, Trustee Foreman, can you answer that?
That was my motion, so I
Yes, ma'am.
answered.
Go ahead.
Well, we've already voted that motion.
I know, but what I said in the motion is that I had no issue with the new points that were on the new document. I think that's what I said.
And I think I'm asking a point of information about which points are we.
We're operating from.
The
Go ahead.
red line document.
I was going to propose a motion out of an abundance of caution so that we are on the record and we know exactly what the gray document, which Trustee Foreman was referring to earlier, is a smidge different in two places than the red document. And so I was just going to propose this, specifically that whatever document we're amending, that the exceeds range, the top category is 73 to 80. The category right underneath that is 66 to 72. The category right underneath that is 58 to 65. The category right underneath that is 51 to 57. That's is my amendment.
A second.
Okay. The motion to amend is to ensure that we change, essentially it's a 1 point change in the exceeds category.
Or potentially no change. It kind of depends on the document you're looking at.
We're operating, I just want to make it clear, we're operating from this red line document.
Okay,
That's
then
the
yes,
document.
then that's a change to the red line document.
It's a 1 point differential for.
I think 2 places or 1 place.
Would you read the?
Three places. Right.
Total points, total points 51 through 57.
Wait.
51 through 57 instead of.
51 through 58, excuse me.
51 through 58 is changed to
The amendment
The amendment is
is 51 to
changed.
57, 58 to 65, 66 to 72, 73 to 80.
51 to 57.
65, 66 to 72, 73 to 80. Okay.
Moved by Trustee Moraz, seconded by Trustee Foreman. Thank you for the amendment. Trustees, you ready for a vote? All those in favor of the motion as amended, please raise your hand.
Motion passes 8-0.
All those voting no.
The motion passes 8-0.
Okay. Okay, we're back to the main motion as amended. We're on a second round of conversation. Trustee Nettle.
Can you give me the cut score for, what was the cut score for the third grade writing English for number 3? What are the cut scores? Do you know?
When you say cut scores,
You say they're changing for the next year.
What?
The scoring change, and you say that they're changing on why we need to change, the state average is changing.
I don't think I understand the question.
When you look at the third grade reading Spanish star, number 2.
Oh, so Spanish star. I thought you said writing.
I did.
Okay.
You said the scoring is changing. It was last year, needs improvement was 1371 to 1376. This year is 1364 to 1361. So I want to understand what
Oh, that methodology difference?
Yes.
Because we're already above the state average, we can't use the same methodology that we use for the English language stars, which say proficient is current performance and then exemplary gets us to the state average. Because if we use that model, then we have to go down to become exemplary. So what I adopted was I set the percentage of growth to the scores.
Okay, wait. Percentage of growth.
Yeah, well, and let me read the methodology language first.
Well, I guess we're trying to get it real simple. last year we unsatisfactory was below 1371. This year unsatisfactory is below 1364. So on that particular, you calculated that like how?
I took the average percentage gain needed to achieve exemplary in all of the English language stars.
Average percentage gain
Needed to achieve exemplary in all of the English language stars.
to achieve exemplary. And exemplary is the 1375.
No.
Well, I'm looking at the red line.
Yeah, because the...
Or did you look at last year's?
No, the percentage that I'm using to calculate is all the other stars, not this one.
So, wait, so if you took...
Here, let's look at third grade reading English for just a second, item number 1. See how proficient is 1376?
Okay, let me go to third grade.
No, look at the current evaluation, not last year's.
Well, I'm trying to compare the two.
I know, I'm trying to explain the methodology.
So look at third grade reading English star.
Yeah,
Okay.
page 1 of 8 on the red line document. Proficient is 1376, at least the bottom of proficient is. So exemplary has to be 1387, has to be above 1386. Follow me so far?
So exemplary has to be 1386, and that's exemplary for last year or this year?
No, for what the range is right now for third grade English star.
So 1386.
Okay, so then I just did 1387 because it's above 1386. 1387 divided by 1376, and that gives me a percent.
You took 1386 divided by
76.
the proficient.
Except I did 1387, but yes.
Because why did you didn't do 1386?
It says above 1386.
So
That means 1387.
you took exemplary 2, 1386, 87,
Yes.
and you divided by 1376.
Uh-huh.
And that came up with the 1368.
No. That gave me a percent.
And the percentage.
And so then I did that same calculation for all the other star scores. And then I took the average of that. And that's how I set the calculation target to get to exemplary for the Spanish language.
So all the other star tests is the last 2 years or the last 3 years?
Current year. So, because we want the methodology to be the same in this particular evaluation.
So you took last year's star test, divided, you took 1387.
Not looking at any data for last year.
Okay, so you took 1387 divided by 1376, and then you took the percentage of that,
Well, that is a percentage, but yes.
the percentage, and compared it to the last 2 years, or?
No, so I took that percent, and I did the same percentage calculation for all the other English language star tests.
And what was the percent of that?
I don't know, but
So you took that percentage, and that's how you got the below 1368?
well, that's how I got to exemplary. So that's how I got to above 1378, and then I used the same logic in all of the other items.
All the other items on the evaluation, or all the
other star items on the evaluation.
All the other story, because I'm just trying to figure out how we got to these cut scores, because I thought the state is changing the cut scores, correct?
Yes, but that's not directly relevant to your question, because what happens is the average scale score is what we use. The fact that the state is, well, actually I don't think the state is changing the cut scores this year, but if the state changes what they define as a cut score for passing, that doesn't matter, because we don't look at percent passing, we look at the actual scale score.
So that goes back to Trustee President Solis, Elizabeth's point about understanding how we got to this point on how we're evaluating the superintendent, because I didn't know that's how we got to these numbers. I know we did this 2-3 years ago, and then we've been changing it every year, and it's been many versions. As we can see, we didn't even know the 15,000 was a starting rate, because who's keeping this for us? You're going to keep it for us so we can get it correct.
Can we make sure we get the accurate one emailed back to us in board services, because we had the wrong one up for a year?
Sure. So 1386 divided by 1376, you took that percentage, and then you looked at our other star tests. for not you said you didn't look at last year's.
Right.
All of the STAR tests just looking.
So, for example, to calculate an English language STAR exemplary, the method that we used was what does it take for us to get to the state average if we're looking at elementary in 4 years. And so let's say that the current score is 1,000 and the state average is 1,500, then you need to grow by about 175 a year ballpark in order to get there. And so that's how you set the cut scores for all the English language stars. Those cut score gains can be calculated as a percentage, and so then I calculated the average percentage for all the English language star scores and applied that to the Spanish language for growth.
And so why do we need to change the scores from last year to this year then? Why do we need to take it below 1368 and not keep it at 1377?
The methodology logic is whatever the current setting is. That's our proficient baseline. So and we could alter that. The problem that you run into is the state's scale score changes from one year to the next. The state's average performance changes from one year to the next, which can indicate differences in the nature of the test.
I didn't think it was changing. I thought it changed the state scale score. I don't think it changed this year.
The state average scale score for Spanish STAR declined by 2 points. So the state average performance declined statewide.
And that's what we did.
And so the problem when you look at these criterion reference tests is that's not normalized. So we don't know what 1368 is versus what 1370 is from one year to the next. And so since our objective is just to reach state average, we work basically we work the math based around that moving state average.
So once again, why we need to do 1377 and 1368?
The state average is also moving at the same time.
The
So
state
you're-
scale score average is moving?
The average performance statewide changes. And so since we're talking about a moving target with the state, we have a slightly moving target locally.
Taking that into account for our principals and our teachers as well?
We'll need to ask that to the superintendent.
I would like to know if we're taking that into account for, since the scale score is a moving target. So are we taking that into account on this STAR test?
I think at the principal and teacher level, we use percent passing, percent above criterion, rather than scale score. But I'd have to go back and look at the documentation to determine exactly how that's calculated.
Attorneys, I would like to have an answer to that question.
Can you
on how this is aligned with our principles that we. Can we get this methodology in writing just to have so when we get ready to evaluate the suit?
It is in writing. It's attached to SIRE.
It's attached to SIRE? Oh, they didn't print it for us. Huh?
I think.
Oh, no, I got the methodology, but I'm talking about how we got to the numbers. No, we got the methodology. I see that. I'm talking about, I see that right here. But I'm trying to figure out how we got to the numbers. Can we as a board get that in writing on how we got to these numbers?
Trustee Morath, can you provide that?
I'd like that. I'll echo that, and I'd like that to be done independent. I believe that right now we're caught up in a bunch of methodology that we can't see any transparency around as far as how numbers were created and how they were assessed in terms of the categorical levels. And that's the concern. I mean, sure, you've had the rubric, but you haven't had the numbers that equate to the various levels of performance. That part is brand new, and that part is something that should be assessed, and we weren't given that opportunity.
I'm requesting, I would like the methodology, Trustee Morath, in writing on how we got to these numbers.
And I'd like somebody to evaluate that if it's consistent with what it is we're trying to achieve here.
So, Lisa, I would like to see.
I'm hearing. To try to get that.
I mean, this is the evaluation.
Well, actually, I think the attorney should direct that process be done independent, and that it be done in a way that reflects all of the thinking, because you've got not a lot of transparency around any of the way these numbers were specifically.
So you want the attorneys to identify the methodology?
No, I want the attorneys to capture the process and then to spell it out, and then to also have it independently evaluated to make sure that it's consistent with what has been laid out in the methodology.
Foreman had her hand raised.
Okay, Trustee Foreman.
I had a question, maybe trustee Morath can answer for me on the graduation rate.
Yes, ma'am.
What was the graduation rate for this year? That's item 13.
Trustee Solis?
Yes. 88.3.
I need 5.
88.3, did we get that? I mean, I'm talking about, I thought we was doing record.
Is this the real number, or is this the number that we're struggling with? Because there were some concerns about the graduation rate. So is this the real number, or the number that we struggled with on the graduation rate?
The question is rhetorical. I don't want to answer it. If the question is real, I'm going to try to answer it.
If you are the ones who put these numbers up here, I'm expecting an answer to me in regards to how you came up with these numbers.
So there is a difference between the district's published graduation rate and TAPR and these numbers, because the TAPR numbers lag a full year. So our graduation rate methodology, which I believe is described in the document. Let me confirm that. No, it's not described in this. It was described in the original document that the board adopted 3 years ago. It's I'm sorry.
I can just go back to the original document.
Yeah, the methodology specific, because I know, because it's what we started with 3 years ago. It uses the district's internally available graduation rate number from the most recently available class, including the summer graduates. So that stuff gets reported to the state, but for some reason TEA doesn't publish that data for a full year. I have yet to get a good answer as to why it takes TEA a year, why that data lags. There's several data points with TEA that lag. For example, attendance rate lags, SAT and ACT lag, and advanced placement data lag. And so when you look at those metrics for DISD, we use the stuff that's most recently internally available that's been submitted to PEMS or whatever source that we submit to, because that data gets submitted, in the case of graduation rate for our current class, it gets submitted, in June, and then there's cleanup as they deal with code fixes that come back from TEA, and you'll have to ask Dr. Oakley the details on why some of that stuff gets changed. But the rate is what the rate is as of about the first week of September. And so that's different than, so for example, if you go and you look for media reports on DISD's graduation rate, you won't see 88.3 because the graduation rate was published based upon the class that graduated in 2013, not 2014.
So with the proposed metrics that we're looking at, it would be exceeds.
Yeah, if I look at the methodology description, the district's performance is already pretty close to the state average. We increased the difficulty of reaching proficient by bringing the baseline up one percentage point even across the board, and we maintained the same range that we had last year. So we increased the difficulty across the board by 1 percentage point from last year. So if you compare last year's numbers to this year's numbers, that's the difference.
Not the same range if I'm looking at the correct document.
Look, the red line it's up by 1 point on each.
No, that wasn't my question. He said we maintained the same range as we had last year. And
Increased by 1 point of difficulty. So basically every single number we just added 1 to across the board.
Saying we should have added 2?
No, when I look at proficient, they at 1 point.
Yeah, it went from 84.5 to 85.5.
It says 84.5 to 80, and then it says to 86. That's 87. So that's more than a 1 point swing.
No. Like, it went from 84.5 to 86.0. The new version of it is 85.5 to 87.0. That's what I mean by 1 point.
That's what you mean. Okay. That didn't make sense to me.
Sorry.
So you saying it should be tougher, or you saying it should?
What's the state average?
Did they calculate this by federal
See,
or state?
this is the complexity to this question, because the state average lags a full year. So you're, to some extent, you're comparing, it's not apples to oranges, but it's this year's apples versus last year's apples. So the state average, for the data that we have most recently available, is 87.7.
So our average is better than the state average.
Correct. But I can't say that with certainty because we're using a newer range.
Years is a different year.
Right. So that's the reason, if you look at the methodology notes, it says the district's performance is already very close to the state average, because I don't actually know.
Did you calculate by state or federal?
State. But ours is, we're the highest performing state in the country, with the possible exception of Iowa.
You don't have the notes here.
Did we take out, question on this graduation rate, did we take into account alternative the way the kids graduate?
We count summer graduates.
But did we account reconnect and all those other ways that
So
kids
to the extent that they're included in either the core or the summer graduation rate number, then they do count, yes. It's whatever our standard methodology has been for years.
Can we get a copy of how we calculate graduate? I mean, because I did, during the evaluation time, I requested, if we pulled out the reconnect and the other ways kids graduate, what would our graduation rate be then?
Yeah, we might have to ask Dr. Oakley to run those numbers for us.
Yeah, I'm just, yeah.
Trustees, I think we're ready. Okay, Trustee Jones.
Yeah, I'm looking at something called draft of detailed notes, but I don't have the original. Were there any changes? Well, I don't have the red line version of whatever this is notes is called, so I'm asking.
Methodology notes document?
Yes.
I don't think we prepared a red line of that, because that's just a methodology notes that went into Exhibit A.
I know, I understand that. I'm trying to, a lot of statements have been made about the alignment of terms of how we do things, and I just want to make sure I'm looking at what pieces go with what, and that we have clarity, especially given a way to publicly be able to understand everything that's gone into these numbers. And frankly, this just doesn't give much because it doesn't actually go through the data sets. It's just strictly a narrative, which is pretty weak in terms of how levels were assessed to talk about what is proficient versus exemplary and so on. So if I'm looking at this right, the one thing I'm still struggling with is on graduation rate, what specific year is used when this rubric?
The most recent finished year. So, for example, when we just finished evaluating the superintendent, it was on the 2013-2014 school year.
So we should be very explicit that this is specifically on the 14-15 year. And then the other thing is, how is that calculated relative to this? Because the state ultimately certifies that number.
That's correct, but we cannot wait for the state certification because it lags a year.
So right now, we've got a question about the issue regarding what the actual rate was, so I'm trying to understand how we validate that at any level.
Are you referring to the internal audit investigation?
I'm referring to the fact that this has always been a number that doesn't necessarily hold to the number that we might want to claim at a point in time, because it ultimately is the state who validates that. So I'm having trouble with how that's validated. And then with respect to average daily attendance, my understanding was that we didn't have the actual numbers at the time we did the evaluation. We had a projection.
That's not correct.
It is correct. That's the actual information that said this is.
My statement, because what happened was we got a draft self-evaluation from the superintendent in July, and at that point in time the numbers were not finalized, but by the September evaluation they were finalized.
That's not the document that I have that shows that it was still projected at the time the evaluation was done. So the question then comes back to, I guess, the point Trustee Cowan made earlier. What date can we expect an actual number, not a projection, for the ADA?
I don't have an answer to that question. Attorneys, do you have an answer to that question? Attorney Barlow?
You submit your PEMS data, and then TEA calculates it, and they send you a report at some point. I don't know the date, but that's how they calculate ADA.
Right, so for the basis of using the actual number, what date or what particular, what are we looking at? I mean, there's a lot of rates. There's a lot of ADA. I mean, it's not. So I'm just trying to understand the methodology used here and how we're measuring it and how we're analyzing it. So, unfortunately, this methodology doesn't get into that.
We'll have to submit that question to, who do we submit that question to?
Dr. Oakley might have.
Dr. Oakley.
Well, it needs to be defined, and then we need to also have a chance to say, you know, what's been going on there. I mean, what have been the levels, and what's a stretch target in terms of exemplary versus, you know, what's just basically what we're already maybe doing. I mean, this translates into money, so from where we're sitting, that number does matter in the day, and how we capture that number also matters. So, graduation rate, that one too, I think we've got a similar issue. Because I think that right now, if it's just a guesstimate, that's not an actual data point for the given period.
Trustee Foreman, you have a question?
I wanted to get back to the graduation rate. If we're currently at 88.3, and then exemplary is 88.7, we're not moving the needle. Or we're not asking the superintendent to move the needle. I don't think we should have any particular category where we're not asking the superintendent to move the needle. And if exemplary 2 or exemplary is 88.7, that's not movement for me. And so my question is, why are we not looking at 90% graduation rate as opposed to 88.7?
I can answer from my perspective, but we can amend this and make changes however you like. Since it appears that we're already exceeding the state average, we're in a different area of calculation than we are with most of these metrics. And also, as you get closer and closer to 100, each new level of improvement becomes harder and harder to achieve. And so the question is really just a question for us as to what we think is a reasonable standard for this, for growth moving forward.
Because actually we're not.
In order to achieve exemplary, growth has to happen. In order to achieve exceeds, we would have to have.
If you're at 88.3, now how much growth is that?
Well, I mean, then you're talking about a degree, but you're not. That's different than the statement that there's no growth. And there are many things that factor into graduation rates, including the possibility that we could be adjusting graduation rates down. And since we don't know what's going to happen with regard to the, my preference would be for us not to measure graduation rates at all in this evaluation, but it's still an important measure for the community.
It's an important measure for the community, and it's also an important measure for me. And when I look at what we are talking about, I think Trustee Jones did ask the question about what did you factor in, and you pretty much skipped over that it could be adjusted down, because it wasn't convenient at that time. But now it's convenient to tell me that it could be adjusted down. My problem is we're at 88.3. And if we're currently at 88.3, 88.7 is minimal growth. And every matrix that we have should show measurable growth, period. If we're going to have it in here, it should show measurable growth. So, Trustee Blackburn.
You're looking at graduation rate or attendance?
I'm still at graduation rate.
Okay. I'm just looking at what we accomplished last year. It was at 88.3.
Yes, sir.
That was estimated.
It's not an estimate, it's an actual number.
So my thing is that if we maintain, to me, that's just proficient. So if we move our 88.3 or move that 88.7 from the exemplary level to the proficient level, how can I laugh right now? Pretty much where I'm thinking out loud is shifting everything down to sales. Whereas we have 88.7 being at the commendable or exemplary, move it to the proficient. The scoring that we have for exceeds, the 87.1, move it to progressing, and the range that we have for proficient at 85.5, moving it to below, unsatisfactory. Just shifting everything downward.
What would your top percentage be? Shifting it all downward, you still got the top percentage that you.
Right, and that's like I said, I'm thinking out loud. So we could just add 3 points onto each one of them. For instance, example would be 91.7. I'm sorry.
I'm running a little quick spreadsheet.
Okay.
I was going to propose a set of numbers for you. See what you think of this.
Okay. Yeah. Well, what I was talking about, the example would be, what did I say? 91. 91.7 and above, and the exceeds would be 90.1 to
6.
I'm adding 3 to each one. Kind of got lost in that. So now we got 88.5 to 90.0. Then we have 85.9 to 88.4. Then we go from 86.8 or below. So, Mike, how does that come up with the little formula that you're working with?
That's fine. Let me tell you what I did, which was a bit different. So what you did was you set the proficient minimum to 88.3, which is the logic that we used on most of these other metrics where we're below state average. That's not necessarily the logic that we used on the other metrics where we're above or at state average, but that is the logic that we used when we're below state average. What I would propose as a possible alternative for you is that the proficient top line be 88.3 rather than bottom line, and the reason for that again is each point that we get closer and closer to 100 becomes more and more impossible to achieve.
True.
And we're already above the state average fairly substantially, at least the lagging indicator of the state average. And so this would be my range for you. I don't know if you've got something to write this down. Starting at the bottom, 85.1 or below, 85.2 to 86.7, 86.8 to 88.3, 88.4 to 89.9, and then 90 or above. And that maintains the same span, which is, I think next year we'll probably want to change that, and we could even talk about tweaking it right now. And what I mean by span is it's 1.5 points between the top and bottom of each range. And again, as you get closer and closer to 100, that span needs to become narrower and narrower because the movements become that much harder to achieve. Starting at 85.1, then 85.2 to 86.7.
6.7.
Yes, ma'am. 86.8 to 88.3. Yes, ma'am. 88.4 to 89.9 is exemplary. I'm sorry, is exceeds. I use my right language here. And 90 or above is exemplary, which puts us way over the state average, which is good.
So, point of information.
Point of information to Trustee Foreman.
Well, right now, I don't think there's a motion on the floor. I was suggesting an alternative to Dr. Blackburn.
That was
Right.
Trustee Bingham.
No, if we're already above the state graduation rate, and we also have had one presentation from administration that because there's some problems with credit recovery, I anticipate that our graduation rate is actually going to go down.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons.
And so what the numbers we've got right here are probably going to be, we're going to be struggling to make it. But here we are, if we're above the state, and then yet it's going to show that even if we were above the state, it would be unsatisfactory. To me, that's, I have trouble relating to that.
Just so we can make sure we're going.
Because point of information from Trustee Bingham. We're at 88.3 and it might go down. But Trustee Morath, and I don't know if I'm with his numbers or not, but he recommended 85.1, and I don't believe we're going to go down that many percentage points based on credit recovery. I just don't believe that. And I think while the numbers that we show currently might be above the state, we're still not at 100%. And just because we're above the state don't make us good. I mean, that's my personal opinion. We should be shooting for 100% of our children graduating, and we should hold the superintendent accountable for making sure that happens.
So are we going to have a motion, an amended?
We haven't made a motion. I'm going to make a motion that we follow the scoring that Trustee Morath just indicated. 85.1 and below for unsatisfactory, 85.2 to 86.7 for progressing, 86.8 to 88.3 for proficient, 88.4 to 88.9 for exceeds, and 90% and above for exemplary.
Okay, is there a second? Seconded by Trustee Nadal. Okay. All those in favor of the motion as amended, please raise your hand. Okay, all opposed?
The motion passes, 5 voting yes and 3 voting no.
I'm on attendance rate and the numbers there. Our attendance rate, did we, the last time what we received, we hadn't solidified that yet. Do we have our attendance rate for the 2013-14 school year?
Okay, go ahead.
I think you're looking at a document that has something in yellow. Is that right?
Yeah, and they said we would get
Okay,
something.
so that's confusing. If I may, I just want to point something out.
Says it wasn't available. That's the issue.
This data that was provided when they gave us the stuff in June, or July, they provided this as a reference. The actual data is this stuff right above it. So this is the real number. These are the real numbers that were available.
What is this?
This was a number that they tried to provide for comparison purposes to balance with the number that they supplied in July before they were done with their team submission. But they were in fact done with their team submission Commission when we calculated this.
So that's the real
This is the real number. So this is just confusing extra information. And so that's what threw me off and originally when I looked at this too, which made me think that we didn't have final numbers, but we do in fact have final numbers.
So the reason we are changing the numbers on this one, because we went down, it was 95.2 is unsatisfactory. We're at 95.9 now. So,
Which puts us smack dab in the middle of the proficient range.
so is there a reason why we wouldn't keep the numbers the same? Well, we kept
Oh, I tell
proficient
you,
the same.
I can
but-
tell you what happened. It's just I normalized the ranges. Wait, the numbers
they
are
are
the
the
numbers
same.
are the same.
Yeah, they are.
The numbers
The
are the same.
exception of unsatisfactory.
Yeah, with
No,
just that one.
unsatisfactory wasn't even changed. It's just it used to say below 95.2. Now it says 95.1 or below, which is the same number.
Okay, so that was correct. But the data is the 95.9, not the 95.7.
That's correct. Because what happened was when we got the stuff in July, it hadn't been finished. The PIMS data hadn't been finished, but it was finished when we did the evaluation in September.
Point of information, so the document we received has a specific statement saying actual 2013-14 attendance rate is not yet available. And I wanted to make that clear because that was the point that I had raised regarding, what we're looking at, and that was the final document as presented to the board. So it was unclear, and it still remains unclear how that was verified and where the actual number came from. And that's not defined in the current attendance rate. So I think in order to avoid future confusion, it should be very clear, what we're talking about, what date, and how it's calculated, and how ultimately these numbers are presented.
Zimmerrath.
Call the question.
Question's been called. Is there a second?
On the whole document? Well,
The main motion, that's where we're at, as amended, based on the amendments that have been passed. Question has been called. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Bingham. Trustees, all those in favor of calling the question in English, Trustees, all those opposed?
Motion passes, 6 voting yes, 2 voting no, and 1 abstaining.
Trustees, we are now voting on the main motion as amended. I want to make sure we have those amendments lined up. There was an amendment to revert the incentive schedule back to the 2013-2014 incentive schedule. That passed. There was a motion to change the total points scale from 51 to 57, 58 to 65, 66 to 72, 73 to 80. That passed. And then there was also a motion to change the graduation rate percentages. And if you wouldn't mind just reading those for us so that we know.
Unsatisfactory 85.1 or below, progressing 85.2 to 86.7, proficient 86.8 to 88.3, exceeds 88.4 to 89.9, and exemplary 90 or above.
All those in favor of the main motion as amended, please raise your hands. And all those opposed?
The motion passes, 7 voting yes and 1 abstaining.
Okay, trustees, before we move on to the well, you just adopted the motion thereby approving the 2014-2015 Part A Superintendent's Academic Achievement Evaluation Schedule. Before we move on to Part B, I know Mike Singleton has been waiting here for quite some time. We're posted for closed session. Why don't we go into closed session really quickly so Mike can address us and then Mike can leave. So, the board... No, I don't know if he wants to leave or not.
Leave all this fun?
It's now time for the board to retire to close. Hold on one
Actually,
second.
I need to listen to this in terms of the verification stuff for Part 3.
You have another part? I thought it was A and B.
No, we're on part. We haven't done Part B. Mike, do you mind? Okay.
Not to throw you under a bus.
All right. So so let's do Part B and then we'll go to closed session. That's probably the diligent thing to do as well.
You're not going to let him go? Uh-huh.
Yeah, this conversation. So, trustees, we're now on to item number 6. Consider and take possible action to approve the 2014-2015 Part B Superintendent's Management Performance Evaluation and Incentive Schedule. Do I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Blackburn. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Morath. Dr. Blackburn?
Okay. Trustees, this has a lot of changes, but we're hoping it's clarifying changes. Looking at the first page, we added some language about Board of Trustees and things of that nature. At the very bottom, and I'm talking from the red line version, at the very bottom, just note that we've added some language that if you're going to give a rating of exemplary or unsatisfactory, then you must provide a comment indicating the reason for the rating. The statement that was added is that if comments are not supplied, those ratings will be ignored when tabulating the medians. Then if you look at board goals, whereas we had a long laundry list of items, we tried to capsulize some of those and make it a little bit more objective. Starting with A, if you look at the third one, teachers evaluated in a fair and equitable manner. That's the same as it was pretty much. And then the next one is data indicates improvement in the retention of the highest performers. And that same type of language goes throughout. Data indicates recruitment has resulted in high quality hires and so forth. And then on E, third-party independent surveys indicate improvements in teacher and professional development over the last year. Third-party independent surveys indicate teacher morale is improving. That type of language is going throughout. If you look at Board Goal 2 for principals, it's talking about principals evaluating in a fair and equitable manner, just like for teachers. Documented, should be say documentation indicates improvement in principal proficiency, third-party surveys, and so forth and so on. So that's kind of going throughout. We'll try to take out the laundry list of items and try to make it more focused, but each of these is asking for either third-party surveys or evidence or documentation for the superintendent to justify progress in those areas. And when we get through the goals, we go to page 10 of 16. We're looking at the assessment of leadership and management. Took out some language in that first paragraph and made some changes to the bullets. Still left a lot of bullets there. We might want to take some out. Looking at item number 12, we took out some language in the paragraph and put in clarifying languages such as evidence of proactively creating evidence of promoting the success, and evidence of this and evidence of that. Leadership, strategic leadership, we're asking for evidence. As we've heard tonight, where's the data? What are we going to base it on? And then we get to the major expectations. Number 14, school choice initiative. That was put in place in place of the new teacher evaluation.
I think we had a discrepancy between the version in gray and the red line.
Yes. It's still here though.
Well, there is one material difference in this area, so I was just going to propose that we work from the gray document instead of the red line on this particular pass.
On number 14?
Well, really, this document, Exhibit B, I think we'll be better off if we work from the gray document because of all the changes in the red line, it's just harder to follow.
As long as we're going to be able to follow it when it's time to print it out.
But Mike, the gray document says new teacher evaluation.
That's the old gray document. The new gray document, item number 14 is...
How many have we got here?
Yeah, hold on.
Let me just finish going through here, and then we can just use it. If you notice, also starting with number 14 in the comment section, I don't think I put that throughout. In the comment section, a comment is required if you have unsatisfactory or exemplary, exemplary. Number 15 is budget versus actual, or actual versus budget. That's some of the same language. Number 16 is indication about pre-K. that took the place of the 32 systems, and we struck out the elementary school volunteer program, and then expectation number 5 is based on Imagine 2020. And I think that's most of the, I know it looks like a lot of change. I know it's hard to read. So if you compare the two, there's no major differences, but I understand your point about all the red.
I was just going to propose that from the standpoint of this particular motion, that we use the all gray version. So, and that we all sort of agree that we're using the all gray version, so that we know exactly what we're talking about as we make any amendments to this moving forward. And I think it's a lot easier to make amendments to that since all that red line stuff is essentially already incorporated into it.
Are there any objections to that?
They need to work from something.
Okay, so we'll work from the gray, and then we'll use the red line document as a reference to work from the gray.
Yeah, on the documents, when we made the motion for the Part A, where the top 2 categories were exceeds and exemplary, that's changed all throughout this document too. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I just want to make sure.
Okay, Trustee Morath.
Make a motion for a minor clerical change. The very first page, it says 2013, 2014, superintendent management. Can y'all see that? Should be 2014.
Good catch.
Is there a second? Seconded by Trustee Bingham. Trustees, is there any comments on that? All those in favor of changing 2013, 2014 to 2014, 2015, please raise your hand. All those opposed?
The motion.
So raise our hands again. All those in favor?
Everybody didn't vote.
Okay, hold on.
Only
All-
saw 4 hands.
All those in favor of
So if we pass.
2013, 2014 to 2014, 2015, please raise your hands. Okay, and all those opposed?
Okay, the motion passes 8-0.
It's 9.
9-0? Oh,
He's here.
okay.
It would have passed anyway.
Dan's back.
And Dan slid back in.
Didn't matter.
Took a 5-hour break.
Abstaining.
Trustee Morath, you still have the floor.
I don't have any questions.
Okay.
Sorry.
Trustees, any other comments on Part B?
They don't have to.
Trustee Foreman.
Hard to read. Lots of changes. Should have had more time to understand the changes. But I'll try to get through it as best I can. So please bear with me. And I'm working from the red line version because I don't have the other. I can't find it. I probably did under draft.
Just a second.
Okay.
You need a
That's it.
Thank you. Under the, where it goes for the teachers, under D, observations, this is board goal 1.
Okay.
Observations show improvement in teacher proficiency. What does that mean?
It's one that we didn't change.
What does,
That actually was a change. Yeah, I can take a stab at that if
page
that's
2 of 10, and it's board goal 1. And it's number D.
Yeah. Can I take a stab at that?
Sure.
Ms. Foreman? So, the first thing to bear in mind is that we set these scores based upon our own whims. I don't think it's critical that we spend a whole lot of time on some of the specific language because people can materially deviate from this if they should so choose. That being said, the answer to your question, observations show improvement in teacher proficiency. The attempt, as Dr. Blackburn said, was that each one of these things be tied to something that is actually measurable and can be presented to the board. So the superintendent does have, well, somebody in the district has data on spot observations throughout the school system. And so you can see what the scoring is in terms of proficiency on spot observations changing over time. And so that's a demonstrable piece of data that the board can be presented with. Now, whether it's important to any individual trustee is up to them.
So we should add the word spot observations. Spot, just to make
Well,
sure.
I didn't want to put spot just in case there were other observational data points that were out there. I'm not aware that there are, but it's conceivable there are. But yeah, we could put the word spot in there.
We just say data shows improvement.
We also do that.
Trustee Moran, where are you making reference?
Board Goal 1, page 2 of 10. D is the question that Trustee Foreman was asking. Observations show improvement in teacher proficiency. Y'all see that? Yeah,
It's
you
not
can't
that
use
one.
the red line
You
document.
can't use the red one.
They went to make some more
I
copies.
like data. I think data sounds good.
I think we should be consistent with the language. Data indicates improvement in teacher efficiency. That way, it may be spot observation, may be something else.
Sure.
But as Trustee Morat's saying, this is the subjective part. We're giving you some points to go on, and we're expecting the superintendent to provide information based upon this.
But you're also expecting us to take the superintendent's information, and if you are directing the superintendent in a specific way, you're going to get a certain outcome.
I understand.
And so that's where I have a issue with.
Words are important.
Hey,
Words are important.
I'll say it 1,000 times.
Good, GC.
Very important.
Appreciate it.
And I'm smart enough to know that. Lincoln graduate too. But I have some concerns about the spot observations being a part of this for us because they're not always subjective.
Yeah, I actually completely agree with you. The idea here is
Would you live with data?
if I can provide some clarity. The idea here is so 2 years ago, before you were on the board, the superintendent provided like a 1,500-page document.
It was 1956.
1,900-page document with everything that he could think
the
of.
one that says.
And what the objective here was to provide specific instructions to the superintendent about the kinds of information we want back as we evaluate teacher quality within the district. And so I think as you're looking at these bullet points, sort of think of it in that capacity. Doesn't mean that he needs to move teacher observations. Doesn't mean we even care about it. But it does as individuals. But it does mean that rather than him thinking up everything under the sun and providing everything under the sun, what we specifically want is we want to see this data.
But we are going to rate him based on the data that he presents to us. And so I have a concern over using spot observations as part of that. I think that gives us the kind of information that we need. For me.
Did you have an amendment?
Make amendment?
I'm just.
My amendment is that we strike D.
Spot observations?
Well, but it could. But if we take it out altogether, then we're taking out any data that we have from any type of evaluation.
I see we took out vacancies. I don't see.
We didn't
it
actually
out.
take out vacancy.
And then we took our C as data and reduction in teaching vacancies. And then 75% teachers are rated proficient. Why did we take that one out? Teachers are rated.
All of the percentages ones. I'm sorry, I'm violating.
Oh, it says F, and it says
All of the percentage ones we decided to get rid of because the goal is improvement on wherever we want. Any of the percentage ones were picked out of like the 2020 goals, which is not where we are right now. That's 6 years away. So we just removed all of the individual percentages because it's going to be the board members' discretion anyways.
I think that observations show improvement in teacher proficiency. With turnover, and is it going to be sub teachers, permanent teachers? I think there's a lot of factors and variables that go into. Are you just what kind of spot observations are you looking at?
Okay, so trustee
It's dead now.
Foreman has made a motion to delete D altogether. Did we have a second? You had a second, is that right? Okay, so let's talk about the pros and cons of deleting D altogether.
Well, I think we want to see improvement in teacher proficiency, obviously, but is it up to us to determine how that's measured?
Yes, it is.
It is.
Under law, it is.
So,
Can I finish?
go ahead.
In this evaluation form, we are not here to say this must be done by observations, this must be done by love letters. So I agree with whatever was said earlier by changing the word observations to simply data, instead of just striking it out altogether.
Do you want to make an amendment?
No, I just want to talk.
Trustee Bingaman, then trustee HK.
Yeah, I agree with Eric. I think we need some kind of tool in there. And to me, data is all encompassing. It can be a lot of different things. And especially with us having this new TEI, I think that it is going to show various data. So I would be in favor of changing it to data. Is this the appropriate time to make an amendment? Or do we talk it through first?
So we're talking about trustee Foreman's amendment right now.
Okay.
See, Ms. K.
Yeah, I would think that data would be the right way to do this, so that it would read data show improvement in teacher proficiency. The superintendent, when he's responding to this, can bring different types of data to us to look at. They could include spot observations, they could include longer observations, and when we get that information, we can determine whether or not it's meaningful and relevant. But if we don't have something in here that says he should provide us information that bears on the question of improvement in teacher proficiency, then we're really not in a good position to evaluate him on the goal of ensuring highly effective teachers. But whatever data he brings to us, we can, each trustee, when he or she is completing this form, can determine whether the information is useful or relevant. And if you don't think spot observations are a good tool, you can just leave that information out of your calculation on the rating. And if you think they are important, you can consider that. And there will be other indicia of improvement in teacher proficiency. And as I was saying before, it might be I don't know what the longer observations are called, but that kind of data would also be there. So given the fact that this part of the evaluation is subjective, I think it's a good idea to require the superintendent to bring us information that bears on the question of showing improvement in teacher proficiency. If we strike that out, then he's not, we're not asking him to give us that information.
Call the question.
Hold on. Not everybody has gone through on this particular motion. So, Trustee Foreman, you've spoken. Trustee Mitchke, you've spoken. Trustee Jones.
Thank you. I go back to Peter Drucker. If you can't measure it, you can't manage it. And I disagree that this part of the evaluation has to be purely subjective. In fact, we talk about in the process that this part of the evaluation is supposed to be just as objective, which means you've got to have a goal, a target, or a specific performance metric by which to measure achievement or measure results. And I don't see any of that in the revised, and the challenge here, and it comes back to that old adage that if you don't know where you're going, then any road will get you there. And in what I see here is nothing to qualify whether we are ensuring a highly effective teacher for all students. I see a bunch of data with no measurable goalposts or otherwise qualifying ways to know that this district truly is improving outcomes, and that through teachers that we're seeing measurable progress and measurable impact. I did send, in advance of this meeting, a pretty interesting email regarding the fact that I went back through what should be the corresponding documents, which are the district improvement plan, which, by the way, this board is supposed to set the criteria. And since we didn't do that, right now it's just insult to injury as far as not having any way to say what is real improvement. To leave it up to just subjective evaluation with no standard, with no performance metric, with no guideline, and no actual target is, you know, you can wordsmith this all day long. You're going to get a lot of information, and then what are you really looking for? And what do we all know we expect to see at the end of this year by way of a result? And I will say that comment, I'll say it here, I'd probably say it for most up until you get to at least major expectations, that's applicable, and that's 71 points, or the lion's share of this evaluation. So I got a real hard time with not having objective data here, with not tying it to the district goals, with not tying it to measuring year-over-year improvement and actual performance specificity, and not having a plan that sort of flows from this, which we can all keep track of during the year. So I stated ways that could have been resolved, but this board didn't follow even what is the requirement by the state and others as far as how this process should work.
Okay, trustees, are we ready for the vote on Trustee Foreman's amendment? All right, all those.
Read it again, please.
Repeat the amendment.
Okay. Please repeat the amendment.
It was to strike D, because we spoke about spot accepting to data, but I'm not accepting to spot observation.
And I would offer a friendly amendment to strike the word observations and insert the word data.
Would you accept that, Trustee Foreman? Okay, and that's been who seconded that, just to make sure?
Trustee Nettle.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion as amended, please raise your hands. And all those opposed? Thank you. Did you get that?
6 voting yes and 3 abstaining.
No, hold on, let's do this again.
8-0.
All those in favor of the motion as amended, please raise your hand. All those in favor, this is all those in favor. Okay.
Okay, now they're voting. They didn't vote. Okay, 8 voting yes and 1 abstaining.
Motion. Trustee Blackburn has spoken, Trustee Morath has spoken, Trustee Foreman has spoken. Motions on the main motion now as amended. Okay. Hearing no questions, trustees? Okay, Trustee Jones?
Yeah, I'd like to go through the lion's share of this. First of all, as I noticed, we're back to a 100-point scale. Is that something we're going to verify right now? Or does that comport with what the changes equilibrate, just so I'm clear?
I looked at it and I got 100.
So we're back to 100, which was always the intent, and which always was the way in which the last go-round, since we say 100-point maximum, was never any different than actually we voted last time, but somehow got lost in translation. If I'm also recognizing the numbers correctly, the first half, the goals through 10 add up to 50 points maximum, and then section 2 adds up to 21 points maximum, and then section 3 is 29. Is that correct? Is that accurate?
Let's do the math real quick, thank you.
What are we trying to figure out?
I'm just trying to make sure this time that the scale is explicitly stated and that there's no misunderstandings, and that the scale is 100 maximum, and that the way the points have been divided, or the distribution, is what I just stated.
50 in section 1. It's like 21 in section 2. And then 29 in section 3.
Right, okay. And then insofar as the board is going to do its appraisal, what standard is it using in order to do that? I'm still unclear how this ties to anything and is nothing more than a random set of observations about some things for which we've not set any particular clear objectives or targets or specificity on the first two parts. So then on major expectations, here we just strictly do straight by the numbers, but once again, this doesn't really comport to what to any kind of baseline or analysis about how this should reflect a best practice, a standard, a benchmark, something of consequence, because we don't have current numbers and don't know what the year-over-year relationships are on any of this. So I'm just trying to understand how all these numbers got created, because there's just no rhyme or reason to any of it. I think this is a great example of where a workshop and the related time and the AE and AEA related exhibit would have been the proper protocol of this board to have followed before creating this instrument, so that those two things are not only related, but they tie to our plan and the plan that we're working from as a district as far as overall improvement. The fact that that didn't happen, and this is a random document, and after 2 years of saying that that process needed to be followed, I am quite disturbed that here we are in the 11th hour. The board had no time to do any kind of input here. And again, based on the fact that this really doesn't represent much of a standard of any sort as far as looking at performance and measuring and managing performance and being able to assess performance, and even at the 6-month mark, knowing what you're assessing by way of the targets, it's pretty much not a document that supports a district that's trying to get to objective performance assessment, performance management, and follow its requirements about what it hopes to see by way of outcomes and growth and results and specific areas of performance we expect from the superintendent. So I feel this is a classic example of where the board, through its leadership, didn't do what it was required to do. And it's really not a very useful document by any standards.
All those in favor of the main motion as amended, those amendments being motion number 1, it was 2013-2014 change to 2014-2015, and then motion number 2, read that language one more time. Change the word observation to data.
Second, let me go back to it. Data shows improvement in teacher proficiency.
All those in favor of the main yes.
Question. Board Goal 5. Are we 15? And I'm looking at B as in boy. B as in boy.
I'm sorry, on which board goal, ma'am?
5.
Thank you.
Under rigor. B. Teachers show an increase in college-going expectations and preparation. I don't understand what we would be asking.
There's an element of the climate survey specifically tied to this, so that specifically tied to responses on the climate surveys.
The climate survey, is that in-house or?
We executed by policy using a third-party outside source.
Trustee Jones? I thought I heard you say something.
No, I was going to ask point of information. What's an effective target? What is the goal?
Yeah.
What's the standard?
That it says an increase.
So what, from what to what? And what's the absolute?
You have to decide when you evaluate the superintendent.
That's pretty nebulous.
The intent is that you're going to have an increase over the previous year. So we'll have this past year's data, then we'll compare it to
this year's data.
The language increase over the previous year might make me feel a little more comfortable. Because that's just kind of blank as you look at it on
Says
its
an
face.
increase.
Where?
Teacher surveys show.
It was an increase over last year.
I mean, again, these are all going to be decided by the individual trustees.
Okay, but I've only gone through this once. And the individual trustees did try to decide, and some people didn't like what the individual trustees came up with. So, I'm looking at more specifics, if possible, so there's no misunderstanding about what we're
Want to make a
doing.
motion to amend it? Say year-to-year to show a year increase? Yes. Okay, Trustee Foreman's made a motion. Teacher surveys show a yearly increase in college-going expectations and preparation. Is there a second? Seconded by Trustee Mitchke.
So point of information, what's the current number? What's the current standard? What's the current number? And what does an increase mean? 0.5%, 1%? I mean, what's the benchmark? What's the standard? I mean, there is nothing that qualifies that. So I don't know how that informs your decision-making.
I think that you get the data and you see last year.
But that data should be available now, and it should be set, and we should know exactly what from to looks like.
It's not a point of information anymore.
Well,
right.
Point of information why we haven't received
Okay.
any data related to any of these areas whatsoever.
Erroneous.
So let me say,
Trustee Blackburn.
if we make this change in one place, are we going to make it every other place?
In relations to which one?
Because throughout this whole first 10, we're talking about improvements. And the improvements is based upon last year's data with this year's data. So if we put improvement in one place over last year, then are we going to do it throughout this document? Because it's in there quite a few times, making improvements. The understanding is that you're going to improve from the previous year. But if you're going to be specific about one item, then are you going to do that with every other time that it's in here? Or can we just put that one statement
Put it
somewhere?
one statement on the first page. I'll be fine with that.
Like under section 1, on board goals, the performance by the
I have a
adopted board goals forms the primary focus of the evaluation. Maybe there we can put something on the language as
improvements over the previous year.
Data should indicate improvement over the previous year.
But how about data should indicate, data should be provided to compare last year versus this year on all relevant areas, in all relevant areas.
I'm more interested in improvement.
Well, I understand, but it's,
Yeah, I think that captures it though, because what it says is you're going to be you will be provided data. All of these, because I see what Dr. Blackburn is saying, that there are multiple components. Technically, yeah. So if we do have a line like that, it says the data is going to be presented from last year to this year. Is there an increase in college going expectations? Is there an
if we
increase?
only want them to present data where there's increases, we might be missing a lot of data. So that's where I'm just saying, let them provide us all the data.
I'm not against providing all the data, but I'm also interested in making sure that there's an increase.
Right.
And I'm also interested in making sure that the superintendent knows I'm looking for an increase. I'm expecting data on all of this.
I just want to reiterate, it says everywhere, increase, improve, improve, improve.
And that's what Dr. Blackburn has said, but it doesn't say better than the last year. And I understand what Trustee Jones is saying because you're not putting a measurable goal on it. But I'm still just looking to say that it increases year to year.
So,
and in one spot would be good for me.
I think you got the right place, which is section 1 board goals, and just say data will be provided for last year and this year to allow for comparisons.
He's saying, yeah.
What I said.
First sentence A. See in part on A, 1A, And their teachers are evaluated in a fair, equitable manner with a focus on improving performance and thus
We're trying to make a statement.
One statement.
You want some
Trustee
explicit
Bingham,
statement that's
that would be for all
defines
of the
what improvement
documents.
is.
all this is subjective, right?
Yeah,
I mean, you got
I mean,
trustees are going to grade however they want to on this.
Yeah, it's all subjective, but the fact of the matter is you do have to have some specifics.
How about data will be provided? Data will be provided from last year to year to determine if there is a year if there is improvement.
I'm good with that.
If there's growth within the year, for example, we do a fall and a spring climate survey, and so I'm supposed to ignore that? I mean,
That's not the point, Mike. You have your way of looking at things,
Okay.
and I have my way of
But I
looking
think
at
we-
things.
yeah,
And
I think we got-
I'm expressing my way of
Yeah.
looking at things.
So would you be amenable to this to say data will be provided? Data will be provided. What did you say initially? From
data will be provided for last year and this year where appropriate to allow
okay. So,
for comparison.
but before that, data will be provided from last year and this year for last year and this year to determine
if there's been growth.
if there has been an increase, to determine if there have been improvements.
Why don't you just say for comparison?
She doesn't. She
I
wants
mean-
it to
I want
specifically
improvement
say.
in there.
To determine if there's been an increase,
I want that word in
improvement. Okay. I want to make sure she has the opportunity to propose that language, though. So you want to say data will be provided.
Keep going.
Data will be provided. Help me out.
For last year and this year.
Last year and
for
this
the,
year.
You can't say last year and this year. You got to say for the prior year.
Current year.
And the current year.
To determine if improvements have been made.
Comparative data.
Can we insert the word where appropriate? Data will be provided where appropriate, etc. Because not all of these are year-to-year comparison.
Okay, so yeah, where appropriate, comma. I mean, I don't know if that's a comma, Oxford comma. I don't know what that.
Data will be provided where appropriate for last year and this year to determine whether improvements have been made.
There you go.
Comparative data will be provided.
So we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Seconded by Trustee Nuttall. All those in favor?
Sorry. Can you read the sentence?
I was gonna.
Data will be provided for the prior year and the current year.
Where appropriate.
Where appropriate.
Data shall be provided
where appropriate for the prior year and current year to determine if improvements have been made.
All those in favor of the motion as amended to the motion as amended, please raise your hand. Okay, and all those opposed?
Okay, the motion passed. 7 voting yes and
One who
one
doesn't
abstaining.
care.
That's a different way of saying it. Okay, we are now back to the main motion as amended. Yes. Okay.
Board goal number 1, teachers, ensure highly effective teachers for all students. Strike out A through F. And somewhat sliding scale. Based on TEI, percentage of teachers graded proficient 2 or higher, unsatisfactory 0 to 25.9%, progressing 26 to 49.9%, proficient 50 to 69.9%, exceeds 70 to 84.9%, exemplary 85% of our teachers who grade proficient 2 or higher would be exemplary.
I'll second it.
Yeah, I want to make sure. Okay, hold on. So there's a motion and a second. Okay, so Eric, can you make sure, just say it for us again. You want to strike out A through F, and then you want to just have the words Board Goal 1, teachers, ensure highly effective teachers for all students, and then have a scale, a range.
DEI.
Teachers based on TEI, percentage of teachers who rank proficient 2 or higher.
Proficient 2 or higher.
And I was debating whether it'd be proficient 1 or proficient 2.
Sure.
So I went in the middle, proficient 2. 0 to 25% of our teaching staff. If less than 25.9% are proficient 2 or higher, that's unsatisfactory. 26 to 49.9% of our teachers are proficient 2 or higher. That would be progressing, and so on. 50% to 69.9% proficient, 70% to 84.9% would be exceeds, and for exemplary, 85% or higher number of our teaching staff scoring proficient 2 or higher on TEI would mean the superintendent would get an exemplary on this particular board goal.
Trustee Foreman.
Did we get a second?
Second.
You
Yeah,
did,
I
Trustee
seconded.
Bingham.
Concerns. Specifically, just basing the whole teacher part on TEI. Some serious concerns about that. Because we don't have an opportunity to talk about teacher morale. We don't have an opportunity to talk about professional development. We don't have an opportunity to talk about retention of teachers. So I just cannot see the only thing we base, and I know you guys love TEI because you help implement it. I'm not there. And so I would have a hard time taking the element that is most important to the children. That's what we say we're here for. The children. Teachers are the ones in front of us. I would just have a really difficult time evaluating the superintendent only on TEI. Now, if it was one of the bullet points, I might could deal with that. But you said scratch everything?
No. Let me clarify just real quick. Not scratching all the board goals that he's measured on. I'm just saying, starting with
teachers,
scratching A through F as
that's all of them.
The verbiage.
Yeah, she's not talking about all the other board goals. You're talking
Oh,
about.
I'm talking about this specific one.
Okay.
If you take board goal 1, which is teachers, you have struck everything according to what's on the document and based everything on the teachers under TEI, if I heard that correctly. Did I miss that?
Do you want me to clarify?
Yeah.
Justify, explain. Yeah, okay. So we just had a conversation about being able to measure these board goals. So I came up with a way to measure board goal 1, ensuring highly effective teachers for all students. Now, whether we agree with TEI, all the aspects of it, whether we hate it, not really important to this point because that's the system we have. We have a system that we've put in place. If we are judging our teachers and their effectiveness with this new evaluation system, then maybe it is appropriate for us as a board to judge the superintendent on how many teachers fall into what we would consider an acceptable level, whether it's proficient 1, proficient 2, master teacher, whatever. I'm just throwing out for discussion's sake because we had just had a conversation about being able to measure these board goals instead of saying ensure highly effective teachers for all students. We know that is a very hard goal for every single student in our district. So we're looking for a way to measure it. This is a way to measure it. I'm not saying that it's not important that teachers evaluated in a fair and equitable manner. I'm not saying that data showing improvement on teacher efficiency is not important. I'm just saying strike out all the sentences and just use a benchmark for our superintendent.
I thought I heard you correctly, and clearly I understand it doesn't matter if I like TEI or not, but I made that as a sidebar statement. What I said is that if you strike everything under Board Goal 1 and just put TEI on there as your only indicator, I think we would be making a serious mistake, because there's not an opportunity to measure what's really going on with our teachers just based on TEI. And that is my concern. I would think that that would be a huge mistake for this board, simply because you don't even get to talk about teacher morale, which is the pits. But you don't get to talk about that with what you just suggested. You don't get to talk about professional development, which we went from in-house to outsourcing everything. Is it working? We don't know. We need to know. We need to understand that. We don't get to talk about retention of the highest performers based on TEI. That doesn't tell us about retention. So where do we capture that?
You could capture that in other ways. You could capture that in
HR, probably.
in section 2. If you wanted to have a survey, and I'm just talking here, just throwing out ideas, trying to cover your concerns. You could set metrics for retention in other parts of this evaluation tool. You could set metrics for morale in other parts of this evaluation system.
You look at Board Goal 6 on culture, I think we do have that metric relating to morale there.
Just trying to come up with a way
But that talks about
to offer a metric.
Doesn't talk about teaching. And I'm specifically speaking about teachers. Words mean everything.
Have reduction in teacher vacancies in part 2, section 2 of this. I mean, there are things we can add.
Teachers should be segregated. Those are the ones that's in front of our kids. Those are the ones that are in the room. So how do we talk about retention? How do we talk about reduction in teacher vacancies? Where do we capture that? Where do we capture it?
Come up with a range of numbers and
Where do we capture it?
capture it from district data.
No. In the document. And I've said all I'm gonna say. I won't be voting for that, because that takes out everything. I wouldn't have a problem with adding it as a measurement, but I have a problem with taking out everything else and substituting it for that.
See, Michigan?
Well, I think the concept that Trustee Cowan proposed makes some sense, and I would think that we could add that as one of the data points that we consider. I'm not sure that we don't want to consider the other items that are enumerated, but if we added the concept that Trustee Cowan described, I think that would be very helpful. Some of the, just as point of information, some of the items that Trustee Foreman wants to make sure we cover are covered, not all of them, but some of them. And I think Board Goal 6 incorporates the climate surveys, which separate out responses from by teachers and responses by staff and so forth. So we do have some way of looking at employee morale and factoring that into the evaluation.
All right, Trustee Michigan, Trustee Jones.
Thank you. First, I want to commend you, Trustee Cowan. This is exactly the way we should have been approaching this, albeit I agree with my colleagues, they're not mutually exclusive, to leave in some of these important areas of criteria, but what we also should have is to know how to measure all these other areas, not make it mutually exclusive where we just look at TEI and nothing else matters. Assuring a highly effective teacher for all students is a multifaceted area that we want the district to focus in a number of key metrics and a number of key results. And I, as I said, commend that we're having this conversation. The problem is we should have been having this conversation in a workshop where we worked all of this through and were able as a board to, you know, go through what those metrics should be against all these different areas of criteria. Now, I will accept, at least now we've got some kind of way to measure, but I do believe that it doesn't have to be mutually exclusive where you have to strike A through F. So what I would suggest is you just add this. This is objective criteria. It does support some of these other areas. It's another way to look at effectiveness, and it takes nothing away from some of these other points that I believe still need to be considered. I would also hope that we could do this for just about every area so that at least we know where the end game is as far as what we're trying to see by way of outcomes for this year, and that we also know that these other areas are being addressed and you know, do have effective results. So I just going to offer that as a friendly amendment, I guess, to add your, but not necessarily have to strike the others. So you would just be adding, you wouldn't be taking anything away. So you could make that a G, or you could add it as a continuation of one of the items where it would support that. So maybe that's that's on a B, maybe. Well, that's retention, but
Putting back in A through F
thank you.
at all. I agree with everything that's been said. Just trying to offer a solution.
All right, great. So what is that solution? You want to add G and say
Well,
what you're going to say?
so to Trustee Jones's point, you know, we really need to dive into our board goals first if we are going to make kind of a substantive change to how we evaluate this section of the evaluation tool. We'd like to see more metrics on teachers and principals, safe and secure schools, parental involvement, rigor, culture. The question is, how do you measure it? And could we ever get away from the subjective and go strictly to the objective? I don't know if that's even possible. So my question would be, if we did add my amendment, how would that weigh into the overall score for, let's say we did this for board goal 1 and 2, something similar. How would that weigh into the scoring of those particular board goals? Anybody?
Hold on before, Tristan, you want an answer to that question?
Well, I'm just throwing it out there because I threw it out, you know, very specific cut points, right? For unsatisfactory all the way to exemplary or exceed. Yeah, exemplary.
Sounds like you're backpedaling a little bit, like maybe you think this conversation should be had after we have a deeper discussion on board goals.
Well, I'm just saying we probably need to hammer it out a little bit more than.
So you withdraw it?
No.
Let's try to speed it up here.
Said subjective.
Yeah, no, it's, you know,
Put you on the sales team.
I think there's a way to incorporate what I offered as an amendment. I just think it needs more finessing, refining. Maybe we take this year after we've had that AEA conversation and see how we can, you know, measure.
I had a question.
Trustee Noto has a question on this
I'm
submission.
just, you talk about subjectivity. I'm looking at teachers evaluate 55% of management, 35% academic, and 15% student survey. So, I mean, if you want to align this, then 55% is subjectivity with the teachers already, with how they're principled on these key items when you look at their evaluation. 35% is academic outcomes, and the 15% is student survey. So we can do 15% teacher survey on the soup, raise this evaluation part A some more, and then take the 55% need to be subjectivity. I mean, it needs to align like the teachers. At least 55% of it needs to be
50.
50% is, 50, 35, and 15? Yeah, 10. So 50% is subject. I think we have a shared responsibility to align it from the top down.
I think we need to take a closer look, because if we want to if we're going to evaluate our superintendent on teacher effectiveness, and we have a system that supposedly does that, then we want to tell him, okay, do we want to tell him where the bar is my question. So I withdraw my motion.
And I withdraw my second.
But I think I made my point.
And I withdraw my praise.
Oh, we could have got there 5 minutes ago.
All right, so there's not a, okay, so now we're back to the motion. The question has been called. Is there a second?
Yes.
Second by Trustee Morath. All those in favor of calling the question ending debate, please raise your hands.
And we're doing it on what?
This is on the main motion. How are we doing?
Did I have anything else?
Okay, all those in favor of debate, raise your hand. Okay, and all those opposed? Okay.
Motion passes 6 voting yes and 3 abstaining.
Okay, so we're at the main motion as amended. There's no more time for debate. The motion as amended was the motion to change 2013, 2014 to 2014, 2015. It was also to change the word observations to data, and to add the specific language that Trustee Foreman wanted on page 1. Read that language for me, please, Sonia.
Data should be provided where appropriate for the prior year and current year to determine if improvements have been made.
All those in favor of the motion as amended, please raise your hands. Do y'all get that?
No.
Keep your hands raised, please.
Go this way.
Okay, the motion passes 8 voting yes and 1 abstaining.
Time is called.
You just adopted the motion, thereby approving the 2014-2015 performance evaluation and incentive schedule. Okay. Now, it's now time for the board to retire to closed session. We will conduct our closed session in this room. The board will retire to closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551 concerning any and all purposes permitted by the Act, including but not limited to the following section. 551.074 to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, or to hear a complaint against an officer or employee, including discussion of the 2014-2015 superintendent annual evaluation. Time now is 10:06 p.m. and we are in closed session.